Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Michelle Stricker, and I'm the Deputy State Librarian for Lifelong Learning. Welcome to another new Director's Orientation. This is actually the second one that we're doing virtually, and we've expanded it now. From last year, I think we had one day, a little more than half a day. This year, we're doing almost our 2 full days again, just like we would if we were meeting in person. So I want to welcome you. And before we get started today, I have Jen Nelson, our state librarian, here to do a welcome. And I want to turn it over to Jen. And Jen, I just want to say you've been with us a year now. So technically, you're not a new director anymore. So welcome.
I'm going to milk it for the rest of this month now. So, good morning, everyone. So good to see so many. I see some familiar names as well as a lot of new ones. So welcome. I just wanted to do a quick hello. I serve here as a state librarian, which means I get to work with people like Michelle and Bob in terms of helping libraries to do their jobs and do them as well as they want to. So we're hoping and always here to help you do your work in the way that you need to get it done. So don't ever hesitate to reach out to any of us, whether it's myself, Michelle, Bob, Kathleen, or whomever. My background, I came to New Jersey from Minnesota last year, and I learned this morning I'm officially a Jersey girl because I didn't pump my own gas. So I'm excited about that new distinction. And I have a real strong background. I worked in the state library in Minnesota, but my primary background is really working in public libraries and doing a lot of work around special projects, technology, digital initiatives, equity, diversity, and inclusion. I was even a children's librarian back in the day. So I've got a pretty broad experience as it comes to public libraries. So with that, I'm not going to keep you any longer. We've got a busy morning planned, and I know Michael, I'm looking forward to Michael's presentation. Michelle, are you going to do a little short intro for Michael?
Yeah, I am. I want to go over some of the rules first of the webinar. And you know, Jen, you can get a sticker that says Jersey girls do not pump gas. Oh, so yeah, well, you'll have to get one.
I will.
Yeah. And I moved to Pennsylvania recently, and for a while I was just sitting there at the pump wondering like when somebody was going to come out. So I really miss that. I really do. All right, so we're going to get started this morning. And first I want to say hi to Bob, because he's the man behind the curtain running everything. As he likes to say, he's been playing video games his entire life. So he's, up to this moment by switching back and forth to screens, and he does a great job for us. So if you have any technical issues, Bob's going to be the one that kind of handles that or can answer you. You can put those in the chat for him and he'll see them there. If you do have questions though throughout the day, and I know during Michael's presentation, there are always so many questions on library law, please enter the questions in the Q&A box, okay? And we'll leave the chat open for other issues. Right now, if because in this, we had so many Zoom seats available, we opened up this program not only for new directors, but also experienced directors, assistant directors, directors that are in training to be directors, branch managers. So I know there's a lot of different experience in here. But if you are a new director, would you just let us know in the chat that, hey, I'm here, this is my first time being a director. If you want to get technical about it, I used to have people who would come to new directors even though they were just switching libraries around. So even though they had been a library director for say 20 years, they would go to a new library and say, well, I'm a new director. But yeah, so welcome all the new directors. I just want to get a feeling how many of you are out there and who hasn't seen this presentation yet. So great. So throughout the day, and I hope you all had the agenda. Our Betsy Beaver should have emailed everyone out the agenda for the day, but just in case, we're going to have a really long session on library law with Michael Cerrone till about 10:45 or 10:30, and then we're going to have a break. And then Michael's going to come back at 10:45, and he's going to do purchasing. So that's going to be 2 presentations by Michael. We'll take a lunch, then we'll come back with the shorter presentations on working with library trustees, marketing PR in your library, and then we have a panel that's going to be doing creative community partnerships. Oh yeah, so there you go. There's the agenda for the day, and I think it even lists what's going on next week, but we're not going to go there yet. So at this point, I'm going to introduce Michael. Michael Cerrone began representing libraries in 1986 when he was hired by his hometown library in Clifton. And since then, he has represented over 36 libraries, handling a wide range of library law, local government law, employment, construction, and contract issues. Michael has successfully defeated efforts to close 2 municipal libraries. He obtained court orders denying an attempt by a mayor and council to obtain the names and address of library cardholders, as well as reinstating a board of trustees that had been illegally removed by the governing body. Michael is a graduate of George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C., and Drew University, and has presented many webinars for us. He's our go-to person for library law, but also at the New Jersey Library Trustee Institute and the New Jersey State Library, or the State Public Libraries Director Summit that we had. And he has done presentations in Buckles, PALS Plus, Maine, and LMXAC. So Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you. You're so well known throughout the state, and thank you so much for being with us here this morning.
Thanks, Michelle. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Welcome, everyone. Let me see if I can get this going here. I'm having a little trouble advancing the slides. There we go. Okay, first off, a word from my malpractice carrier. The materials and information in this presentation are for informational purposes only. They do not constitute legal advice. Your participation in this seminar with me does not create an attorney-client relationship. If you have any questions about any particular issues, you should contact your attorney. Just going over an outline of what we're going to do this morning. I'm going to go over briefly the types of public libraries, discuss some issues regarding trustees. I'm going to discuss laws that are specific to libraries. And then I will review the statutes that are applicable to all public entities, whether you're a public library, a zoning board, a mayor and council, and then discuss some miscellaneous issues that you may encounter in your role as a director. And at the end, happy to answer questions as we go through. So there are 3 basic forms of public libraries in New Jersey. The first is a municipal library, and that is the most common. There is also a provision for a joint municipal library, in which 2 or more towns can form one library entity. There are county libraries that are like municipal libraries formed by referendum, although there are 2 exceptions, one for small counties, the other for Morris County. And their commissioners are appointed by freeholders. And then association libraries, which are nonprofit corporations and are not a public entity in New Jersey. So what does the board look like in a municipal library or a joint municipal library? In both instances, the mayor of the town, or if there's more than one town, the mayors of each town in a joint library are members of the library board by law, as is the superintendent of schools. Each of those people can appoint a designee, an alternate. In the municipal form of the library, it's anywhere from 5 to 7 citizens appointed by the mayor, in addition to the mayor and superintendent. Joint municipal, each mayor of a member municipality gets to appoint 3 citizens. Now, I underline citizens because appointed trustees must be citizens. However, not all trustees have to be residents of the municipality that's involved. About 15, 16 years ago, there was an attorney general opinion that came out that said appointed trustees cannot be employees of the municipality. The thinking behind that is this. Mayors are the ones that appoint members of municipal libraries. Mayors in most form of government is the chief executive officer, and therefore all employees are technically under a mayor. And therefore, the mayor can tell somebody what to do, and it's part of their job. The whole idea of an appointed trustee is that they exercise independent judgment, even though they're appointed by the mayor. Obviously, an employee who has to answer to the mayor 9 to 5 is going to be somewhat compromised. And that's based on the doctrine of incompatibility of offices. The two offices don't align. They need to be separate. The only exception to that, in my opinion, is the mayor's alternate. The mayor's alternate is the mayor's alter ego, and that person can be anybody. It can be a council person, it can be an employee, because they're really standing in for the mayor. In a county library, the majority of the commissioners must be residents of the municipalities that support the county library. However, unlike municipal and joint municipal libraries, there's no requirement that commissioners be citizens. Association libraries, as I said at the outset, are not public entities. They're not a public agency. They are formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Act. However, they can be aided by the town. They can receive money by the town. If they do, they then have to keep the library open at reasonable hours that meet the approval of the governing body. However, unlike a municipal library, there's no guarantee of funding. And so even though the statute says all the mayor and council can do is condition it on being open certain hours, they can attach whatever strings they might want and say, well, you don't do this, we're not going to fund you. Unlike municipal libraries, joint municipal libraries, and county libraries that have a statutory guaranteed minimum funding. Confidentiality of Library Records Act does apply to association libraries, and state laws, most particularly the Open Public Meetings Act, may apply to association libraries, especially those that take funding from the governing body. Now, going back to a municipal or county library trustee or commissioner, you're required, those trustees or commissioners are required to take an oath of office. They've got to do that technically before they can vote. There is a written oath. Usually it's administered by the municipal clerk. When somebody gets appointed, they usually get a letter congratulating them on their appointment, asking them to come down to fill out a sign off on the oath of office, which is typically filed with the municipal clerk. However, there is a statute in which municipal libraries are, the president of the board may administer the oath of office. So if you get word that Mary Smith has been appointed to your library board, Mary Smith shows up at the first meeting, and you ask Mary, have you been sworn in? And she says, no, the president of the board can do it. Now, with municipal libraries and joint municipal libraries, there is a statutory requirement that extends to all municipal bodies. So zoning boards, planning boards, health boards, library boards, that you have to attend meetings. And if you are absent for 8 consecutive weeks or 4 consecutive regular meetings without an excused absence, the board is required to declare the office vacant. Now, since the mayor is the appointing authority, you have to notify the mayor. Now, you have to check with your town to see if they have reduced the time frame for the length of time that you're absent before the office is declared vacant. Now, the board has discretion to excuse absences, but must excuse for legitimate illness. There are some boards that when they take attendance, if somebody is absent and they've notified the director or the board president or board secretary why they are absent, they will often vote to excuse the absence there. Now, I don't think it should be a routine thing whenever somebody's absent that the absence be excused, but it is a best practice to incorporate that into your process so that you don't run into a risk of somebody's now missed 3 or 4 consecutive regular meetings, and you've got to declare them having vacated the office. Most of you probably know this, but for those that don't, there is a trustee education requirement in order for your library to qualify for per capita state aid. It requires the board as a whole to have received 7 hours of library-related education on an annual basis. Now, it's not every trustee has to have 7 hours. All the trustees total have to have 7 hours. So if you have 7 trustees and each of them have an hour, that's 7. If you have one trustee that has 7 hours, that's the 7 as well. So how is the board organized? By statute, trustees have 5-year terms. That's also true for county commissioners. These terms are staggered. With a 7-person board in a municipal library, the mayor, the superintendent, and 5 appointees, this means that 1 trustee's term comes up every year. The terms are supposed to start at the same time every year. Most often January 1. Most municipal libraries which are formed by, all of them are formed by referendum, usually at a November general election. Usually that means that the library board was formed, appointees made after the certification of the election, and their term started January 1. But other towns are different. Some towns were done at a municipal nonpartisan election, and their terms start July 1. Others, the board was late in organizing, and their first term started February 1. Here's an important part. Vacancies are filled only for the remainder of the term. Where library boards get out of stagger is when the appointing authority, the mayor or mayor and council, determine that they're going to have a new appointee start a brand new 5-year term when this term is vacant. So, as an example, trustee A, 2 years into their term, moves out of town or retires or gets elected to the city council, whatever it might be, and steps down from the library board with 3 years remaining on their term. When the mayor appoints somebody to fill that vacancy, the mayor is appointing that person to the balance of the 5-year term. That is for 3 more years. It is not a new 5-year term. If your board is out of stagger, if you do not have at least 1 term coming up every year, or if you have terms that don't start at the same time of the year, reach out to the state library. They have a letter that they can give you to give to your mayor for a process to get you back on stagger, if you will. By statute, municipal libraries have 3 officers, a president, a treasurer, and a secretary who serve for 1-year terms. Now, I've seen library boards in their bylaws say that officers serve 2-year terms. That's against the mandate of the statute, and you need to correct that if that's the case in your library. The statute does not say what the duties are of those 3 officers, but if you have bylaws, you can flesh out the duties of these officers. The statute requires that the treasurer of the library be bonded. Now, that's usually done through the town. They usually have a process with their surety company for bonding. My recommendation is that rather than the treasurer having the sole control over any money, that to the extent you have a checking account or savings account, that you have 2 signature accounts that require 2 signatures to be on a check, and that anybody with signing authority be bonded or otherwise insured for loss by defalcation. As I said earlier, your board should consider adopting bylaws, and it will list their officers and their responsibilities. Now, a lot of boards think they need to add a vice president. Now, the statute doesn't provide for a vice president. And if there's only 7 trustees, the mayor, superintendent, and 5 appointees, you can have a majority of the appointees be officers. And in my opinion, the responsibility of a vice president almost every time is to fill in when the president isn't there. And you can provide in your bylaws that if the president isn't there, the treasurer fills in. And if the treasurer and the president aren't there, the secretary fills Committee structure. There are two different ways a library board can operate. One of those is essentially as a committee of the whole. That is, the library board as a whole, all members consider all issues at the meetings. There are no committees. Everything is heard and considered by all of the members every time. With a committee structure, you have subsets of the board that consider issues and can do deeper dives and then report back to the full board. How you organize it is going to depend on what the workload is and the capacity of the board trustees to attend meetings. And there's another reason for committee structure I'll get into in just a minute. Finally, bylaws should contain a parliamentary authority. A lot of people will refer to Robert's Rules of Order. If you do, I have given you the proper citation to Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules of Order is revised roughly every 10 years. And if you refer to the 10th or 11th edition, you're out of date because there is a new edition. So something to consider. Now, what are the powers of your library board? Well, no surprise, they can purchase books, papers, other library materials, hire librarians and other necessary personnel, as well as fix their compensation. The library board can rent rooms or construct buildings. Now, let me stop there. Rent rooms means the board can rent rooms for use by the library, not to let rooms out for use by members of the public. You can accept gifts and bequests. You can adopt rules and regulations regarding the use of the library, fines, things like that. I'll get into more of that later on. And as a catch-all, do whatever is necessary to maintain the library. Now, this is an important concept. The library board of trustees is an autonomous body. It is the library board that operates the library. It is not the mayor. It's not the council. I have had libraries that were considered departments of the city until the state or some other authority came in and said they didn't have that authority. There is an attorney general's opinion, which I've given you the cite for here, that specifically says the library statute means that the governing body must not interfere with the powers granted to trustees. In that particular case, the attorney general was being asked if a personnel ordinance adopted by the mayor and council applied to the library board. And the attorney general said, no, it did not. The last concept here is an important one, however. I've just described what is legal autonomy. That is what you have the legal ability to do as a library board. However, there is a concept called political autonomy. That is, can you act with that legal authority and be autonomous, be insulated or separated from the governing body? The answer to that is probably no, especially if you're relying on the mayor and council to give you additional appropriations or to fund capital improvements. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Now, what's the role of the mayor? The mayor is a member of the board, and the mayor appoints all the trustees except the superintendent of schools. The mayor does have a vote on the board, and I do have boards that have a mayor that does come to their meetings. However, understand that unlike in City Hall, the mayor is not the CEO of the library. You as the director is the CEO of the library. The mayor should not be dictating what the library does. Now, in my opinion, the library board is structured to minimize political influence. That is why terms are staggered. Again, is the idea of a 7-member board with 5 trustees being appointed by the mayor. That means one term comes up every year. It would take a mayor 3 or 4 years before he or she gained enough of their own appointees to be able to change the direction and course of the board. Now, the mayor, because the mayor is appointed people, may seek to influence the trustees. And there's some trustees say, well, I got to do what the mayor says. because the mayor appointed me. My answer to that is no, you don't. You take an oath of office, not to the mayor, but to do what's the best for the library. And sometimes that bears pointing out to trustees. Again, having said all of that, you want to have a good relationship with your mayor, because your mayor can hopefully provide town services, like maybe having the DPW plow your parking lot, as well as trying to push through capital projects for you. If you need a new roof, your HVAC system is shot, you need new carpeting or new lighting. Those are things, as you'll see when we, as I get further into this, that you're not eligible to use your operating funds for in every case. So let's talk about money. By statute, a municipal or joint municipal library must receive 1/3 mil of the equalized property valuation. What is that? All real estate in the town that is not exempt is taxed by the town. And in order to figure out what the tax is, that property is assessed. Now, it's not assessed every year. It might have been assessed 5 years ago. And in that time, if property values have gone up 20% in your town, the assessment will reflect the lower number. But the county also taxes everybody. And if they were to do it on each town's assessed value, no towns would be prompted to up their assessment because the lower the assessment, the less their share of the county pie would be. So the state has a formula that they use, or a process is more aptly put, to equalize all of these different assessed properties around the county. And that's the number that is used. Comes out the first week in October from the state. And although it can change after that, rarely does. And that sets the floor of funding for the municipal or joint municipal library at 1/3 of a mil. In the county, it's a little different. It's a 1/15 of a mil of the apportioned value, only of those municipalities receiving the benefits of the county library. Now, in a municipal or joint municipal library, that 1/3 mil, that mandatory statutory funding, appears as a separate line on the tax bill. That means that it is no longer subject to the town's budget cap. Before this statute came into effect, library funding was inside a municipality's budget cap. And that meant that if property values went up at a higher rate than everything else, the library's mandatory appropriation was eating a bigger chunk of the municipality's cap, and they had less money for everything else: police officers, parks, DPW, things like that. And that was a source of tension between the town and libraries. Thanks to the efforts of NJLA to get this as a separate line on the tax bill, now that mandatory minimum funding no longer part of the town's cap. However, since the municipality can appropriate more than the minimum, that extra money is inside the town's budget cap. So another reason to be cognizant of that dynamic between legal autonomy and public autonomy, if your town gives you extra money as part of their budget process. If they run into a tight budget year, you may be where they look to cut some of that. So bear that in mind. Now, where does the money go? Who holds the money? The statute says that the money is supposed to be paid on a quarterly basis to the library treasurer. It doesn't say when in the quarter, though, it's supposed to be paid. There was some guidance that was issued that it should be done by the 20th day of the second month in the quarter, because tax collections in towns are come in starting the first day of the second month of the quarter. So we're in the first quarter of the year, January, February, March. Municipal tax bills are due February 1 for that period, January, February, March, with a 10-day grace period. Many towns, however, do not pay the money to the library. Library regulations allow the money that is, the money that the town has appropriated, either the mandatory minimum or the plus, to be kept in a reserve account in the municipality. It's a bookkeeping account. It's not a separate bank account. And it's supposed to be dispersed upon the approval of the library trustees. Now, a couple of aspects about that. Some towns will get the voucher from the library trustees saying, hey, pay this bill. They won't pay the bill. They'll then wait and put it on a claims list or a list of checks to be approved by the governing body before they pay it out. Now, in my opinion, that's not right. The statute is clear that it's supposed to be paid upon the voucher of the library trustees. That, if they do it the way I just described, you end up with long delays in getting your bills paid. So you're going to want to try and work with your CFO to hasten the payment of your bills. Another important point, if the town holds your money rather than dispersing it to your library, any prior year unexpended funds from that 1/3 of a mil are supposed to be retained in that library controlled account. And it's supposed to be immediately available. Some CFOs take the position that, no, we have to now hold this money for a year before we can return it back to your control. That's because there's a separate statute that governs their surplus accounts at the end of the year. It does not apply to you, in my opinion. And you may want to work with them and withdraw whatever's left from that 1/3 of a mil if you can. Have a general operating account, money that the account you may put fines in, photocopy money, things like that, and put that money there. Now, with the county library, only the county treasurer is the custodian of the library money, and everything runs through the county treasurer. Now, you can change the 1/3 mil funding by referendum. It can be done by the governing body of the municipality on its own, or a petition signed by voters that equal 15% of the votes cast at the last general election. Now, the referendum will contain what the new rate is. That new rate, if it's adopted by the voters, will expire after 10 years, or in the tax year after a referendum establishes a new rate. The new rate is exempt from the 15% annual cap set forth in the statute. The statute provides that, notwithstanding the 1/3 mil formula, the appropriation to the library under that formula cannot go up more than 15%. So if property values went up 20% in your town, you'd only see a 15% increase in your 1/3 mil funding. But the new rate in this case would be exempt from that cap. And in the first year the new rate is in effect, the library is also exempt from the excess fund statute. I will talk more about that in a moment. Now, the wording of the public question is set forth in the statute. It's precise. The only thing that has to be filled in is what the new rate is. There is also an interpretive statement that can accompany the public question. The statute provides an outline for that. Now, I will tell you the interpretive statement is key because it can sway voters. And I have seen an instance in which the mayor and council or the municipal clerk decided to write an interpretive statement that was clearly biased against the referendum. Interpretive statements are supposed to be just that. They're supposed to interpret. They're supposed to set forth in an unbiased way what the effect of adoption or rejection of the public question would mean. So you've got money, how can you spend it? Two concepts: eligible costs versus ineligible costs. And these are found in library regulations. Eligible costs are those costs incurred involved with the direct operation of the library for library services. Operation, the whole concept of the library statute is that the 1/3 mil is for operating expenses. What is an ineligible cost? You cannot pay rent to the town, and you cannot pay for debt service. So the town may say, all right, we see you need a new roof. We'll do it. We'll bond for it. But we're gonna take out of you 1/3 of a mil. We're gonna bill you for the debt service. They can't do that. They've got to foot the bill for them, in my opinion. Now, capital expenses, like a new roof, are eligible only if there's a written capital plan approved by the trustees, and in making those capital expenses, you're not going to infringe on the operation of the library. So if you're open, if your operating hours are 10 in the morning till 8 at night, 5 days a week, and till 5 o'clock on Saturdays, but because you've got to make this capital expenditure, you're going to be closed 2 days a week, or you're not going to be open nights every night now. Now you've changed the normal operational library, and that won't work. Excess fund statute. This requires the library to return to the municipality surplus in excess of 20% of the last year's audited operating expenses. There's a lot that's packed into that, and I'll try and unpack it for you. First, return of funds will have to be approved by the state librarian. And there is a website that the state librarian has with a package of materials that have to be followed. Now, the surplus is of unrestricted funds. Funds that have been restricted for capital purposes or money received as donations are excluded from that calculation. So what can you do to keep your money if you have excess funds? If you have, as an example, if your audited operating expenses were $1 million and you had in unrestricted funds at the end of the year $250,000, then 50,000 of that would have to go back to the town. Now there's a process. You've got to apply to the state librarian. There are things you have to do. You have to have a capital plan in place. You have to have a strategic plan in place. But if the state librarian approves it, the money goes back to the municipality. Now you want to try and restrict that $250,000. How do you do that? First, get a capital plan. I say hire an architect or an engineer and review the capital needs or projected capital needs of the library now and for the next 5 years. Now you've got it, and with estimates as to what that work will require. Now you have a basis to say, okay, here's my capital plan. 3 years down the road, I'm going to need a new roof, or I'm going to need, in 5 years, I need to replace the boiler or the HVAC system, or I'm going to need new carpeting. Then take some of that $250,000 out of your general account and move it into a restricted account for capital and donations, so that you have a paper trail of where money is coming in and going out. Adopt resolutions moving that money and noting that it's restricted for capital purposes. Now, if you are in a position where you have to return excess funds, or you're getting pressure, I've had this. I've had a mayor come to a meeting, say, we're short this year on our budget. I'm not going to lay off a cop. I need your excess money. Well, the answer to the mayor is you can't use the money to hire a cop, because all you can do with that money is provide tax relief to the taxpayer. You can't use it to patch a hole in your budget. So moving on, confidentiality of library records applies to all libraries of all stripes, academic, municipal, association, library records that contain personally identifying details regarding users are confidential, cannot be disclosed except for 3 reasons. 1, necessary for the operation of library. An example, an overdue book. You're writing to the patron saying, hey, you have an overdue book, you're incurring fines, or if you don't return the book, you got to pay for to replace the book, whatever it is, that's a necessary operation of the library. The user may ask for a disclosure for some reason. Or if you get a court order or a subpoena requiring you to disclose the information. A mere letter from a prosecutor or a verbal request from a detective is not sufficient. And by confidential, there are certain people in the library that will need to know information. Your circulation people, if they're the ones that generate the letters to say, hey, your book is overdue, they need to know that information. But your librarian in reference, your library assistant in tech services does not need to know that information and shouldn't be privy to it. Now, with the advent of email, a lot of libraries will collect a patron's email address as part of the registration or renewal process. Can you use the email? I prefer an opt-in process where when they register or renew, you ask them, can we use your email to send out notices regarding what's happening at the library? However, you might use an opt-out process, and I think that will work. I just think an opt-in process works better because it means that the patron has the ability to tell you, yes, you can use my email address, my personally identifying information for library purposes. If you send them an email advertising a program and you have a little thing on the bottom, unsubscribe or whatever, you've already used the email for something that, in my opinion, is not necessary for the operation of the library. Yes, it's beneficial to promote the programs. I don't know that it's necessary. To that end, you may want to think about adopting a privacy policy that would, among other things, describe the confidentiality of library records. So those are the laws that are specific to libraries. Now I'm going to segue over to those statutes that apply to all public entities, whether you're the mayor and council, the zoning board, or your library board. The first, and this touches on everybody, the Open Public Meetings Act requires that all public bodies give advance notice of the meeting of the library and provides the public with the right to attend those meetings. Now, the notice has to be public. It has to give the date of the meeting, the time of the meeting, the location of the meeting, and to the extent that you know it at the time you give the notice, the agenda. The notice must be given at least 48 hours. Now, where does it have to go? It has to be posted in a prominent location. You have a bulletin board, and I know this is antiquated thinking in the 21st century, but if you have a bulletin board that you put notices up, you got to post it there. The statute says you have to mail, phone, or hand deliver the notice to at least 2 newspapers. I've heard from many directors who have told me the only way newspapers will take a notice is by email. They don't want it mailed because they're not going to look at it. They don't want it faxed, and the statute doesn't provide for a fax. They don't want a phone call. They don't want anything hand delivered. They just want an email. They've yet to update the statute on that. Also requires that it be filed with the clerk of the municipality if it's a municipality, county if it's a county library. Now, in lieu of doing this for each regular meeting, if at your annual meeting, and the annual meeting is the meeting where terms start. So if your terms start January 1, your January meeting is your annual meeting, sometimes referred to as a reorganization meeting, because that's when you re-elect officers. At that annual meeting, you can have your board adopt a meeting schedule. Here are the dates we are going to meet during the course of the year, and provide notice of that schedule to them. You will have met your requirement. And in doing so, you don't need to include an agenda. You'll just need to include the dates, time, location, or locations if you have branch libraries and meet at more than one location during the course of the year. You don't need to have the agenda. And if you post that, if you provide it to the municipal clerk, and you deliver it to at least 2 newspapers, you have met your notice requirements for all of your regular meetings. Now, if you need to do a special meeting, something that can't wait for the regular meeting, then you will have to give a separate notice with date, time, location, and to the extent known the agenda. Now, for the last 2 years, we have been in a public emergency and a health emergency. In order to adapt to this pandemic, the legislature passed the statute, and then the Division of Local Government Services issued regulations providing for a process for meetings to be held virtually. So in addition to the normal notice that I just described, you must post the notice on your website of a virtual meeting. The notice must also be posted on the door where the public would normally enter to attend a public meeting. And if there's more than one door, multiple doors. If the only notice is on the website, then the meeting is limited to matters necessary for continued operation related to the emergency declaration or those decisions which must be made due to time constraints. I'll segue. The statute does allow you to provide notice in normal times, not in a health emergency, for notice on your website. But notice on your website is not enough. You still have to do all the other methods of noticing, notifying the newspapers, posting it, providing it to the municipal clerk. So that's why I think they say if you're going to have a virtual meeting, you only notice it on your website, then you're limited in terms of what you can do. Now, technology. If you use web-based technology such as the Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, whatever it might be, you must also provide telephone conference. And by the way, your notice now is going to have to provide how the members can get into these meetings. It's going to have to provide the link. It must allow the chair or someone else acting on behalf of the chair to mute the public so that the public cannot take over the meeting and disrupt the meeting. Although the statute says that only the governing body and the Board of Education has to provide for public comment, the regulations under the emergency provisions say that you must allow for public comment. Now, public comment can be made live, via email, or a written letter, and in the last 2 cases, those would have to be read. You may impose a reasonable limit on time. Anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes, I think, is reasonable. Now, if you get email or written letters and you get duplicative comments, you can pass over the duplicative comments, but note that, you know, John Jones, Mary Smith, Al Abdelaziz have all agreed with Joe Smith's comment. You must adopt a resolution that sets forth your procedures for public comment, and you're supposed to read the procedures as part of the open public meeting notice at the beginning of the meeting. Now, the Act does provide for an emergency meeting. Now, I'm not talking about a meeting held during a public or health emergency. I'm talking a meeting where you can't wait to give adequate notice. The boiler burst, or in what happened to me many years ago, my children's librarian got arrested because she was carrying a gun in the library and was sending threatening letters to other members, other employees of the library. There, the board meets immediately. And the first thing the board does is adopt a resolution by 3/4 vote saying that the meeting had to be held because delay would provide at notice would result in substantial harm to the library. You can imagine that we didn't want to have a children's librarian who was toting a gun in the library. We wanted to suspend her immediately. Note that the meeting is limited to the action of the urgent matter only. You can't say, all right, while we're here, let's talk about whether or not we should buy new computers for the reference department. After the meeting is held, you have to provide notice of the meeting, saying in the same process that you would if you had given notice before the meeting, explaining you had the meeting and the reason why you had it. Now, the Open Public Meetings Act requires a quorum of the board, but it doesn't define quorum. However, by case law, a quorum is a majority of the board, and that is what is necessary to conduct business. The Open Public Meeting Act does not apply to meetings of less than an effective majority of the board, that is committees, and I'll talk more about that in just a second. You are required, the library board is required, to maintain minutes of all of their meetings. The minutes must contain the time, the date, and the place of the meeting. Those members that are present, the subject considered, the actions taken, and the vote of each member. Now, what the statute does not say, it does not say that the minutes must contain a summary or a verbatim transcript of what each member said. You can do it if that's what your board wants, you can do that, but you don't have to. You can just say, we considered whether to hire Bill Smith as the director, motion made by Trustee Jones, seconded by Trustee Park, and you then have the vote, yay or nay, on whether to hire. You don't need to have people talk about what they said. You can, but you don't have to. Statute requires the public session minutes must be made promptly available to the public. Again, promptly available is not defined. Most boards will wait until their next meeting, have the board review and vote to approve their minutes, and then make them available. Many boards now post the minutes online. There was an appellate division case involving Kean University. Kean University's board only meets 4 or 5 times a year. And so in many instances, they had minutes were not made public for 90, 120 days. The appellate division had suggested that there might be a time limit, but ultimately said they weren't going to impose a time limit, but that it had to be reasonable. Some have suggested that you don't need to wait until the board approves the minutes. You can post them as draft minutes, and if there are changes made, then note it afterwards. I don't know that that would be a smart practice, especially if your board meets monthly and they regularly approve their minutes from the prior meeting. Now, there is a provision for executive sessions I'll go into in a minute. The board must keep minutes of closed sessions. To have a closed session, the board is supposed to adopt a resolution. The resolution is supposed to state the reason for going into closed session and the time and circumstances under which the discussion held in closed session can be made public. Now, what can you talk about in closed session? There's about 8 or 9 reasons. The most common ones are personnel matters. The statute says that the board can discuss personnel matters in private if they want to, but if they're going to do it in private, they have to notify the employee. This is a case, Rice versus Union County Regional Board of Education, in which the board was talking about laying off people. They were going to meet in private. They did meet in private. The court ruled, since the statute says that the discussion is in private unless the employee asks for it to be in public, you have to notify the employee that you're going to discuss them and that they have the right for the discussion to be in public. Litigation, pretty obvious that that would be something that would be held in closed session, as well as matters protected by attorney-client privilege, and contract negotiations. Maybe contract negotiations with a vendor, maybe negotiations with a bargaining unit if your employees are represented by a union. Now note, the library board cannot take action in closed session. They cannot vote to do something that is binding in closed session. The board, however, can take a straw poll to find out which way things are leaning so that when they go out, they know what action they're going to take. The action has to be taken in a public meeting. Now, There are penalties for violating the Open Public Meetings Act. And one way we're starting to see violations occur, unwittingly perhaps, is the use of email. If board members are sent an email in which everybody is in the to line or in the CC line, or some combination of the two, if you start hitting reply all to that email, you can start discussing matters amongst the trustees, and that's the equivalent of holding a meeting. There was, when email first started, there were a couple of towns in South Jersey that their governing body was starting to discuss and debate matters via email, and a county prosecutor basically told them to stop doing that, otherwise he was going to bring an action against them. The way to solve that is to put all of the trustees on the blind CC line, or otherwise, and I don't know the mechanism for doing it, as undisclosed recipients. In that fashion, replying all will only reply if you're the director and you're sending out the board packet, or your administrative assistant is sending out the board packet. Reply all will include none of the trustees. And therefore, you can't precipitate the start unwittingly of a meeting in violation of the law. Now, what are the penalties? Somebody can go to court and get an injunction to undo what the board did improperly. And there can be civil penalties of $100 for the first violation, $500 for subsequent violations. This seems out of order. What happened here? I have to go back. All right, I think I'm out of order, but I'll go with it. Okay. Personnel manual. That's what I'm doing. You may want to consider adopting a personnel manual, policy, or handbook. If you're going to do a handbook, a lot of your towns have a handbook. You may be tempted to just photocopy that and put it out there. I'd be very careful about that. Certain things you can copy without too much of an issue. Sexual harassment policy, affirmative action policy, not a problem. However, your work week is going to be substantially different than City Hall. City Hall is 8:30 to 4:30. You are decidedly not. Your nights, your weekends. So you gotta pay attention to that. You want to provide provisions for meal breaks, procedures for calling in sick or requesting vacation, bereavement leave policy, discipline procedures. Make sure, however, if you have a union and you have a contract with the union, that what's in the handbook mirrors what's in the contract. Now, if your town is a civil service town, your employees are civil service employees. If the job title in civil service is classified, you're going to have to hire from a list that civil service generates. And if they don't have a list, you're going to be appointing somebody provisionally until a list is generated. And that can cause a problem, because if you appoint somebody provisionally, they have no guarantee of the job in terms of civil service process. At some point, civil service is going to issue a notice to pay for a test for that job title. That employee is going to have to take the test, and to keep the job, they're going to have to finish in the top 3 and not have a veteran in the top 3. So bear that in mind. Once they become permanent in the position, they could be there a year as provisional, but it won't matter. Once they're there in a permanent position, they enter a working test period of 3 months, which gives you greater latitude to dismiss the employee before the end of the working test period. However, note you're supposed to provide a progress report once at the end of 2 months and once at the end of the 3 months. The employee has the right to appeal at the end of a working test period, but trust me, that right is much more limited than if they become a permanent employee and you move to terminate their after they're permanent. Civil service regulations set forth the reasons that an employee can be disciplined, which will include termination Now, even if you're not a civil service library, I would reference this list for reasons why you discipline, suspend, or terminate an employee. The reason being, when you terminate an employee, you can open yourself up to a discrimination claim for age or some other reason. There is a Paid Sick Leave Act now. It's been in existence for about 3 years. It allows most employees the ability to accrue up to 40 hours of earned sick leave every year on the basis of 1 hour for every 30 hours worked. You must provide employees with a notice of their rights under the statute. The form of notice can be found at the website URL that I've given you from the New Jersey Department of Labor. Now, in the Sick Leave Act, there are various reasons why you can take sick leave, and again, they're summarized in the website. If, however, you're a civil service library, the Paid Sick Leave Act will not apply to you because in the definition of employer, it says that it does not include any public employer required by statute or regulation to give their employees sick leave with full pay, which is what the civil service regulations require. Now, leave, FMLA and FLA. FLA, Family Leave Act, is the state of New Jersey's statutory right. FMLA is the federal right. Public libraries are covered employers regardless of the number of employees. Employees must have worked at least 12 months for you, but not 12 consecutive months. They have to have worked at least 1,000 hours to qualify for FLA leave, or 1,250 hours for FMLA leave in the 12 months prior to taking leave. Now, they can take leave for family leave for a serious health condition of an immediate family member, for the birth or adoption of a child, provided that's taken within 1 year of the birth or adoption. Now, FLA, family leave, does not apply to the medical needs of the employee. FMLA leave includes the serious health condition of the employee. The amount of the leave is 12 weeks. In FLA, it's 12 weeks in a 24-month period. In FMLA, it's 12 weeks in a 12-month period. The importance of this leave under both acts is that from the employee's perspective, it is job protected. That is, at the end of the leave, they must be returned to their job or to a similar job, unless for economic reasons that you can justify, you had to eliminate that job, which would be a rare instance. Now, note that this leave can be taken in increments. A good example of that is somebody that has knee surgery, an ACL, a knee replacement, and they have to go for therapy 3 days a week. And they have to be out for 2 or 3 hours each day that they go to leave for therapy. They have to work with you if it's going to be intermittent to try and schedule it to minimize the disruption to you. And so instead of 12 weeks, those weeks are going to be divided up into hours. This is an important point. You may require the employee to concurrently exhaust paid leave while on FLA or FMLA leave. What does that mean? If you're a civil service library, for example, and you have an employee that has 5 weeks of sick leave and a week of vacation leave coming to them, you can notify them that, yes, you qualified for FMLA leave, but while you're on FMLA leave, we're going to require you to use your sick leave. Why is that important? If you don't acknowledge their request for an FMLA leave, or if you don't say, hey, we see you're taking sick leave because your child is ill or your husband is ill and you need to care for them, and you let them use that 6 weeks worth of leave time that they've accrued, then they come to you and say, now I want to take my FMLA leave. They are now going to tack 12 weeks of leave onto the 6 weeks of paid leave. If you do it concurrently, the 12 weeks of leave or the 6 weeks of paid leave will be overlaid on top of the 12 weeks. And now you've minimized the amount of job protected leave to 12 weeks. You can give them more unpaid leave if the board approves it, but you're in more control that way. While the employee is out on leave, you have to keep them on health insurance, but the employee must make the normal contributions. Another statute that applies to libraries is the Open Public Records Act. The policy of the act was to increase public accessibility to government. It broadly defines a government record. However, employees' personnel records are generally exempt. However, if you receive a request for the employee's name, title, position, salary, and length of service, that is a public record. I have seen some towns that actually publish once a year the full roster of the employees that they have, their title, and their salary. There's a compliance process through either the Government Records Council or Superior Court. There are penalties for anyone who knowingly violates the law, the chief penalty of which is the successful requester gets their attorney's fees paid. When this statute first came into effect, a cottage industry grew up in my profession, in which a couple of attorneys were recruiting straw requesters to make requests for anything you might think of. A common one was for bills that attorneys had submitted. And attorneys were having things redacted from the bills, and then they would apply to the Government Records Council and get awarded attorney's fees. Now, at the end here, I say, appoint a records custodian with a question mark. You should be prepared to have somebody respond to records requests that are made directly to you. However, I know that the Government Records Council feels that all records that are municipal based, library, planning board, health board, should go through the municipal clerk. I'm not so sure that if you got a request and ignored it, that you would be in good stead. I think you should proactively respond to it, or at the very least, work with your municipal clerk. Insurance. There's no statutory requirement that you as a library have insurance. But there are certain insurances you damn well should have. Chief among them, employment practices liability insurance, sometimes referred to directors and officers insurance. This is what insures the library, you as a director, if there should be a lawsuit for discrimination or sexual harassment. There should be liability insurance. Somebody falls in the library. Your maintenance person is out cutting the lawn and somebody gets hit by a rock that gets thrown by the lawnmower. Hazard insurance, if something should happen to the building or the contents of the building. And to that extent, you should make sure that the contents are covered for replacement value. A used book is worth a lot less than buying it new. Now, these insurances you likely do not have on your own. You likely have them in conjunction with the municipality. The municipal building is, the library building is a municipal building by statute. And so in addition to, I think, having the requirement maintain the building, they should be providing you with the insurance. So you want to check and see that these insurances are in place, that the contents insurance has replacement value, that you are in fact covered from employment practices liability. Workers' comp insurance. You likely, many libraries work their payroll through the town and are covered by the town's workers' comp insurance. But if you are in the town's workers' comp insurance, find out what the retention amount is. It's akin to a deductible in your auto or homeowner's insurance. That's the uncovered portion of the insurance that you could be on the hook for. And one library that was on the hook one time because that was the town's retention with the JIF. You may need to get your own workers' comp insurance to cover the retention. Unemployment insurance. If you don't have it, believe it or not, as a public entity, you're not required as an employer to pay into unemployment insurance. Your employee must, the employer does not. If you opt or your town has opted not to, then you're going to get a bill for all the benefits paid to that laid off employee. So if you're going to lay off an employee, make sure that you find out what the financial repercussions are of doing that. Talked about policies. You should have a patron behavior policy that details what behavior is unacceptable and detail the circumstances under which the patron might be asked to leave the library or have their library privileges suspended or revoked. Now, you must provide for due process. The patron must have the right to appeal a suspension or revocation of their library privileges. Other policies that you should consider having: unattended children, use of the internet, anti-harassment or sexual harassment policies. Here, I recommend that you have training of your staff on an annual or biennial basis. And the New Jersey Division on Civil Rights, at least before the pandemic, was providing that training. I don't know if they're still doing it or if they're doing it remotely. I would suggest you contact that. If you have a training day, a staff development day on a regular basis, I would suggest you incorporate that training into something like that. You should also have a policy for use of your community room and a cash management policy for your bank accounts and petty cash. Friends of the Library. Many of you will have a Friends of the Library. Friends of the Library is a nonprofit corporation formed under the Nonprofit Corporation Statute. The purpose of the Friends should be to assist the public library. Presumably, hopefully, they've applied with the IRS for a 501c3 designation. Now note, 501c3 and nonprofit, two separate things that are related. In order to be a 501c3, you have to be dedicated to scientific, charitable, or educational purposes, and a public library certainly qualifies for those. If your friends group does get the 501c3 designation, it means that they are tax exempt. They can buy things without paying sales tax, and donations to them are tax deductible. Friends do not run the library. Friends are supposed to raise funds to augment the library budget or to support programs or purchase things for the library. Note that the Friends are not covered by the local public contracts law, which I'll discuss in the next presentation, and therefore they can buy items and donate them to the library and avoid the hassles of the local public contracts law. Finally, let me close by discussing the role you as library directors have. And this is all my personal opinion based on my years of working with various library boards and library directors. In my opinion, the library director is the library chief executive officer. You as the director manage and direct the operations of a free public library. In fact, that comes right out of the civil service job description. So for those of you that are civil service, that's exactly what you should do, or should be doing. But in my opinion, that really applies to all library directors, whether you're civil service or not. Now, you recall back in the slide when I discussed powers of the library board, the board has the hiring authority to hire librarians and other necessary personnel. Now, they may choose to delegate this, much as they've chosen to delegate their ability to buy books and other library materials. And if you're the director who has that kind of power, great, but you should keep the board fully informed on what you're doing. If the board retains the hiring authority, in my mind, the best practice is for the director to go to the board, identify the need for a position, whether it's a new position or to replace, fill a vacant position. And you should have the ability to interview the candidates and recommend a hire. Now, on a certain high-level positions, say an assistant director, I can understand if the board wanted to retain that authority, but you should be the one as a CEO that is funneling this stuff to the library board, in my opinion. This is very important. In my opinion, trustees should not be talking to the staff about library operations. I had one library many years ago in which the staff was talking to the trustees and trustee was talking to the staff. In fact, at one point, the trustees notified the staff to tell the library director what to do. That just totally screws up any structure that will work. Staff should communicate with the director should communicate with trustees, and vice versa. I feel that trustees should establish not only a job description for the director, but goals for the director on an annual basis and perform performance evaluations. Now, that's not uniform. I have some library boards that work very well with their director. There are monthly meetings. The director's report is very comprehensive. The trustees know what the director is doing. The trustees know the director is oriented in the right fashion, and the director understands the needs of the trustees. But in some libraries, that communication sometimes isn't that good. Having goals aligned with the job description, with performance reviews, kind of aligns everybody much better. With that, Bob, I don't know if we have any questions. I'm happy to take as much time necessary to answer them.
We have a lot of questions.
We have a lot of questions. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
We're going to get to as many as we can in 10 minutes. One from Amanda. Can you give an example of an association library in New Jersey?
Hey, before Michael answers that, Michelle, your audio is like roboting out. I don't know if you can do anything to fix it, but if not, I can read the questions.
Okay, go ahead, Bob, because it
Okay.
sounds fine from here.
So I'm going to mute you just because we're hearing stuff. So just to reiterate what Michelle said, Amanda asked, can you give an example of an association library in New Jersey?
The two association libraries that I dealt with ended up becoming municipal libraries. So I don't have any current association libraries that I'm working with.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a couple of, I have the list right here. Like Mendham Borough and Township libraries, Pennsville, Burlington City, Highbridge, Millville. Those are some association libraries in New Jersey. Next question. Mary asks, 8 weeks or 4 consecutive meetings. What if someone is absent 8 weeks but only 2 meetings?
So if the board has regular meetings over a period of time, I concentrate on the consecutive regular meetings. For most library boards, that I think is the key aspect of it, because the 8 consecutive weeks, I don't think is, because you don't meet consecutively in weeks, you meet in months. So I think it's the regular monthly meeting that I would key in on.
Agreed. Okay. Are the trustee education requirements applicable to all libraries? Are the terms of office, i.e. 5-year terms, applicable to all libraries?
If you want to qualify for state aid, the trustee education requirement applies. The 5-year staggered term applies to all public libraries, municipal, joint municipal, and county libraries. Obviously, association libraries are different. That's governed by the Nonprofit Corporation Act. That doesn't have statutory terms.
Yep. We've been meeting virtually on Zoom, and we have some board members that live part-time out of state. When we resume in-person meetings, can board members still meet via Zoom or conference call?
So if you're going to have a live public meeting once the emergencies are over, you should amend your bylaws to allow for trustees to attend remotely. Roberts has a provision now, suggested language to go into bylaws, but here are the key points. If a trustee is going to attend a meeting remotely, that trustee must be able to hear all other trustees that are attending the meeting, and all other trustees attending the meeting must be able to hear the trustee attending remotely. The trustee attending remotely must have access to all the materials that the trustee attending in person has. If you meet those requirements, then the trustee can attend remotely. And I do have boards that have trustees that winter in Florida, and for a few months out of the year are now planning on attending these library board meetings or other boards that I represent remotely for those periods of time. And so there is going to be a technological challenge to make sure that those things are done. Because when you all meet remotely, you're all on, you're all in that Brady Bunch squares deal, right? You can see each other. And if you share a screen like we're doing here, you can see everything that everybody else sees. It's going to be a little bit more of a challenge when, 6 of you are meeting around the table and one of you is zooming in or calling in. So that's the way you can do it.
Is it okay to have a vice president noted in the bylaws?
I think it is. I don't think that there's any great harm in doing it. I just point out the statute only requires 3, but I see no harm if there is one for vice president.
Okay. If your county library is formed by resolution and has no dedicated tax, is there a legal minimum that the county has to provide to the library?
I'd have to see the resolution. I don't know that off the top. I'd have to see the resolution.
Okay. All right. Last year, our director informed the board and mayor that a trustee that had been on the board for 8 years was not a citizen. The mayor stated that the law was interpreted to mean citizen of the town, and the person was a legal resident, so they were reappointed for another 5-year term. The board did not want to get involved and didn't take any action. Is this allowed?
All right. So legally, citizenship, you are citizens of the United States and you are citizens of the state. You're not citizens of the municipality. Municipality has no ability to confer citizenship. And you're a citizen of the state if you're a citizen of the United States and you're domiciled in the state. So I think technically that mayor is wrong, but I don't think there's any harm done if the library board just decided they weren't going to buck the mayor on that one. Discretion being the better part of valor. I don't know that the fight was worth it. I've seen just the opposite, where a resident was appointed to the board and somebody said, wait a minute, you're only a resident alien, you don't have citizenship. And they said, yeah, you're right. And they stepped down.
Can a referendum to change the 1/3 of the mill funding be for less than 1/3 of the mill?
No. No, 1/3 is the floor.
Okay. Could you discuss resolutions? Do library board actions have to be phrased as resolutions?
They don't. So long as the minutes properly reflect the action taken, I think that you can work within that context. In other words, you don't need to draft separate resolutions for everything that you do. It may well be a best practice to have resolutions for everything, but there are times when you don't have a resolution. Somebody brings up something at a board meeting that requires an action, and you don't draft the resolution, and you articulate, the trustee articulates a motion that's recorded in the minutes that provides for an action to be taken. So as long as it's reflected accurately in the minutes, I think you're fine.
Okay. Are there limits on municipal service fees?
I assume there in the question, it's fees like the DPW comes and plows your parking lot, or the finance office handles your payroll. I think the limit is whatever is commercially reasonable. If you would pay an independent contractor $1,000 to clear your parking lot over the course of the winter, and the town wants to charge you $10,000, I don't think that's right. I think the best practice is to sit down with your town, try and coax them to not charge you for this stuff, but to the extent they're going to charge you, that there's a written agreement as to what they're going to charge you or how they're going to charge you. Like if they're going to handle your payroll, that they're charging you X cents or dollars per employee per payroll period. And to that end, I'd want to know what ADP or Paychecks or one of those is charging them for that kind of service. And I wouldn't really want to, I'd argue against having to pay a payroll clerk, a portion of the payroll clerk's salary, because I doubt that the library's handful of employees by comparison to City Hall's larger number, changes the amount they're paying the payroll clerk and the amount of hours the payroll clerk is working on payroll. So, but again, this is that legal autonomy, political autonomy. If you're going to have them handle some of this stuff versus you doing it, if you had it, you handled it on your own, and you contract with ADP or Paychex or one of those, you would be, you'd be paying them. So I can understand if the town says, hey, listen, we got to recoup some of this cost. But it can't be so onerous that what they're really doing is depriving you of the full benefit of the statutory funding.
Okay, Michelle is answering the next question. Is it up to the board, the town, CFO, or the director to create the capital fund account?
I think that the library should create the capital fund account. And I think that all your restricted money should go into a restricted account. So if you get a donation, you put it in the restricted account. If you have money excess at the end of the year or during the course of the year that you want to appropriate for capital, I would move that over, again, by resolution in some fashion, moving that money over, even if it means that you're requesting the municipal treasurer, CFO, to move the money into your restricted account. I would do that. That way you've got full control over it, and you can document this for your auditor if when the time comes for documentation.
Okay. Michelle, it's nearing 10:30. We still have a good number of questions to answer. Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, how about we take, it's 10:28. How about we take one or two more before the break?
Okay. Okay. Is providing notice of a public meeting the responsibility of the library director or the board of trustees, either the president or another member?
I would think that the library director should take it on herself to provide the notice. You should work with the board, however. So if you have an annual meeting, I would put on the agenda adoption of meeting dates for the coming year. And then I would provide that notice. You remember, library trustees aren't paid. They're volunteers. You as the CEO, in effect, are paid, and you should take on that responsibility of doing that notice. Now, if the library board treasurer, or rather secretary, wants to do it and does do it, I guess more power to them. One less thing you have to worry about. But I think you should make sure that that's done. And if it means you doing it, you should do it.
Okay. So this is regarding rice notices, this question. What if the discussions about the employee happen in a committee and then the decision is formalized by the board without revealing the person's name? So for instance, quote, the board makes a motion to approve the recommendation made by the personnel committee. Would you be required to rice the person then?
So obviously, if you use the committee doesn't have to abide by the Open Public Meetings Act in terms of notice or a rice notice, and that's fine. However, when it comes to the board can't act in secret. The board has to know the public has to know what the board did. This isn't a star chamber. It's not the Spanish Inquisition. You've got to lay out on the table what you're doing. The board has to say what they're doing. Now, if it's to hire Mary Jones or fire Mary Jones, and all the board does is somebody makes a motion to fire Mary Jones and it's seconded and voted on, there's no need to give a rice notice. But the minute they're going to start discussing the job performance of that employee, if they're going to do it in public, they might end up with a situation where they might be violating the employee's privacy rights, and they may want to have the discussion in private. They won't be able to have the discussion in private until or unless they've given that employee a rice notice saying, listen, we may discuss you in private. If you want it to be done in public, you got to notify us. But just to vote on it. So if everybody knows, hey, the committee's going to review this and the committee's going to report it out, if you're 100% confident that you're not going to want to, nobody's going to want to discuss it as a board in private, then no, you wouldn't have to give a rice notice.
Okay.
So I
Michelle,
think that's all the time that we have now. It's 10:31. Thank you, Michael. All of your questions here to the directors, please save them and join us on our next monthly directors check-in. And you could bring your questions there. So in March, it'll be on a Tuesday. Bob will send out via the NJ Pub Lives listserv when that meeting is going to be. And hopefully we can try and answer these questions there. So keep them in mind. So let's take a break now and we'll meet back here at 10:45. Let's give Michael a chance to catch his breath because he's also doing the next presentation on purchasing. So welcome back, everyone. We're going to reconvene and get started again. Michael has generously offered to stick around during the lunch hour so he can answer a lot of the questions that we didn't get to in the library law piece of the presentation. So right now, Michael is up again. I hope his voice is holding out, and he's going to do a presentation on purchasing basics. So Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you again.
Okay, Michelle, thank you.
And also a reminder to please put your questions in the Q&A box.
All right. Once again, the same disclaimer. This is not an attorney-client relationship. If you have any questions about a particular issue or problem, you should contact your attorney to get advice. Here's the outline of what we're going to cover here. We're going to talk about the bid threshold, exceptions to bidding requirements, quote thresholds and purchases below the quote threshold, hiring professionals, the length of contracts, the prevailing wage statute, very importantly, the pay-to-play statute, emergency purchases, for business registration certificate, paying your bills, and how you dispose of surplus property. So we start with the local public contract law that says that every contract that exceeds the bid threshold is awarded by resolution of the governing body to the lowest responsible bidder, except as is otherwise provided by law. What is the bid threshold? Now, this is the important starting point. $17,500 is the threshold. Anything above that, the bid statute is required if you don't have a qualified purchasing agent. If you have a QPA, either somebody on staff or somebody you contract with, your bid threshold raises to $44,000. Now note that the bid threshold changes every 5 years, in years ending in 0 or 5. As an aside, if you have somebody on staff that you want to have certified as a QPA, there's an exam they must pass. They also have to do coursework at Rutgers. They have to have 2 years of college or equivalent experience, as well as 2 years of experience as a purchasing agent. Contracts not to be divided. So, all right, great, Mike, $17,500. I'll just split the contract up. I'll do one in January, one in July. I won't have to worry about it. No, not so fast. Statute doesn't allow you to do that. Anything that should be together, that is a contract which is single in character, cannot be divided in order to bring it under the bid threshold. As an example, let's say you had a maintenance worker doing custodial services and that maintenance worker retires and you say, you know what? Let's see if we try a janitorial service or custodial service for a 6-month period of time, see how it works out. You do a $10,000 contract. For the half year, you get to June, you think it's working out quite well. You want to do another 6-month contract for $10,000. You've now divided the contract. The contract should have been put out to public bid. What happens when you're doing work over the course of the year and you're going to exceed the threshold? All right. These are examples that come right out of the state regulations for local public contracts. As of September 30th, you've purchased $15,000 worth of chain link fence. It could be widgets or anything, right? And you've done it through quotes, which would have been illegal. Now in October, you realize you need another $10,000 worth of chain link fence before the year is over, and you're going to need another $21,000 worth of chain link fence next year. There you need to put this new procurement out to bid because you're going to exceed the bid threshold of $17,500. Now, let's say you get to September 30, you've bought $15,000 worth of fencing, but now you only need $10,000 for the current year and nothing going forward after that. There you have the option of either using quotes to get the $10,000, or you can publicly bid the remainder. Same thing if you need an additional $10,000 for this year and $5,000 next year, a total of $15,000. You're still below the bid threshold, so the option of doing quotes or public bid. Now, you do a public bid, you are required to award the contract to the bidder whose submission is the lowest price, is responsive, and is responsible. Responsive means that they have responded to all of the requirements in the bid package. All the forms like the bid surety, the performance bond, filling out the different parts of the bid package that are required. Responsible means something a little bit different, that they've shown that they have the ability to do the work. Now, you have to include things in the bid specs for that. So like equipment, for example, if the job requires certain equipment, they've got to show that they actually have that equipment. A financial capacity. There is a classification that the state does that provides for financial capacity that you could put in there. So it's going to vary depending, obviously, on what it is, the work that you're doing. Ads for bids have to be published with enough time to promote competitive bidding. But by statute, you have to give at least 10 days between the date that the ad is published and the date you're going to open up the bids. All right. The bids are opened up only at the time and place stated in the ad. So if the ad stated that bids are going to be opened on Wednesday, February 16th at 2 p.m., that means that the bids can come into you at any time prior to and up till 2 p.m., at which point you will open those bids in public. Now, many times, especially on construction projects of any size, bidders will show up at the bid opening. They may come with their bid, or they may show up even though they sent it in or hand-delivered it earlier. When you open up the bids, you're supposed to publicly announce ABC Contracting, bid of $150,000. And you're supposed to go through the bid package and announce the contents. Most people don't announce every single thing in there, just that they have provided the bid bond or the 10% check not to exceed, I forget it, $20,000. Now, once the bids are all open and you've announced the bids, bidders are going to want to examine the bid packages in many cases. You can allow them to do that so long as it's strictly supervised. You can have them line up. You'll ask them what bid package they want to look at, and they may look at it. One of the reasons why bidders do this, a lot of general contractors and construction contracts use the same electrical contractor or plumber or things like that. And by statute, an electrical contractor subcontract, a plumbing subcontract, a structural steel contract are supposed to be, the identities of those subcontractors are supposed to be listed in the bid response. And some bidders will scratch their heads, well, how is it that XYZ underbid me when I know we both use the same? Let me double check and make sure that they're using the same. How is it that they get a lower number? That's one of the reasons why they may want to look at the package. Note that you cannot schedule a bid opening on a Monday or any day that directly follows a state or federal holiday. Bids may be rejected, and there are 5 reasons why you can reject a bid. The low bid exceeds your cost estimate. The low bid exceeds the money you've appropriated for the project. you've decided you don't want to do the project. Or you may have decided you want to substantially revise the specs, or you decide to use a state authorized contract. For any of those reasons, you can reject the bid. And by you, I mean your library board. Now, not all contracts have to be put out to bid. Library materials, rebinding, specialized library services are all exempt from the public bid requirement. So Baker and Taylor, EBSCO, places like that, you can work with them without the public bid. Professional services, attorneys, architects, auditors, those do not have to be bid. Extraordinary unspecifiable services, very tough to understand what these are. One of the examples is website design. There may be others, it depends on circumstances, but there are separate rules that apply. Any public utility regulated by the BPU, so Public Service Electric and Gas, JCP&L, Atlantic City Electric, you can contract with them without having to do the public bid requirement. Expenses for travel, airfare, trains, conference registrations are exempt from the public bid requirement. And if you buy off of state contract or any of the regional or national cooperative purchasing consortiums, those don't, the public bid requirement doesn't apply. However, note that pay to play will apply to contracts that exceed $17,500. I'll do more about pay to play in a moment. Quote threshold. If you're under the bid threshold of 17.5 without a QPA or 44,000 with a QPA, but over 15% of that threshold, $2,625 without a QPA, you're going to need at least 2 quotes. However, they're not sealed bids. You're just going to a vendor and saying, hey, I need this, that, the other thing. And they give you preferably a written quote would be best. Now you can award that contract to that vendor whose response is most advantageous to the library, price and other factors considered. Now, as an example, let's say you have your restrooms and the toilets aren't working. They're not flushing, there's a jam, there's a clog somewhere in the sewer pipe, whatever. You get 2 plumbers in. Plumber number 1 says, I can do the job for $3,000, but I'm backed up in work, no pun intended, and I can't come out for at least 30 days. Plumber number 2 comes in and says, I can do the job for $4,000, and I can start work tomorrow. Well, obviously the second guy costs more, but I would think that you'd like to get a restroom back open or fully operational sooner rather than later. You may decide that the second plumber is the response that is most advantageous, and you can award the contract to that plumber. I would just make sure you state the reasons for doing it. If you have anything below the quote threshold, then the library is entitled to use sound business judgment. Now, all contracts for goods or services must be in writing. Now, that may be a very simple, here's a quote, purchase, 5 boxes of paper towel for, $5 a box or whatever it might be. A simple order form with a PO, or maybe something more elaborate. Hiring professionals. When you're going to hire a professional and the contract exceeds your bid threshold, again, you don't have to bid it, but the library board is supposed to adopt a resolution stating the reasons for the action and to publish in the official newspaper a brief notice stating the nature, duration, service, and amount of the contract. And if the amount of the contract is not a flat sum, then the hourly rate, that the contract is on file in the library office and available for public inspection. Contract length. Contracts, as a general rule, cannot be more than 24 months, except contracts for professional services cannot exceed 12 months. In addition, the statute lists approximately 40-odd different types of contracts that can exceed 24 months. As an example, leasing machinery and equipment, such as a copy machine, can be up to 5 years. Products for services for voice, data, or transmission can be up to 5 years. And this is just common sense, construction contracts, including a contract with an architect and engineer for a construction project, can be for the length of time necessary for completion of the actual construction. Contracts for services, the statutory length of which is 3 years or less, may contain provisions for extensions if the contract is awarded by board resolution and it runs for no more than 5 consecutive years with the extensions in total, and any price change is based on terms contained in the original contract and does not exceed the index rate set forth in the statute. And finally, the terms and conditions of the contract remain substantially the same. With certain exceptions, such as a construction contract, if you enter into a multi-year contract, you must include in that contract a clause making the contract subject to the availability and appropriation of funds annually, or an annual cancellation clause. So you're saying, all right, I've got a 3-year contract to do this, but you're also saying it's 3 years only if I say it's 3 years, because either I have the right to cancel every year, or if it's subject to availability of funds. So those, you have to have outs in multi-year contracts. Prevailing wage, which applies for work done for or on the property of a municipality or governing body like the library, if that work exceeds $16,263, then the contractor has to pay its laborers, craftsmen, and apprentices the minimum rate set forth by the New Jersey Commissioner of Labor. And public work means any construction, demolition, alteration, repair, or maintenance work done under contract, paid for in whole or in part out of public funds. And here's the thing that I sense is honored in the breach, but is important. Pay to play is a concept that vendors are paying council people, mayors, by way of campaign contributions in order to secure contracts to do work. Pay to play applies to all contracts that exceed $17,500, including the purchase of books and library materials. The only exceptions are contracts with banks, insurance companies, and public utilities, because those cannot make public contributions to elected officials. You can award a contract under pay to play in one of two ways, either of which will satisfy the provisions of the statute. The first is if you utilize a fair and open process. That means sealed bids or a sealed request for quotes. Those are done. There's a criteria for awarding the contract. Nobody knows what it's going to be, and there's no way to sway anybody doing it. The other way of doing it is a non-fair and open process. Here, the contractor must complete business entity and political contribution disclosure forms. And most importantly, in the year preceding the award of the contract and during the term of the contract, the contractor cannot donate more than $300 to any political party, committee, any candidate or office holder for elected office in the jurisdiction of the public entity. All right. There are forms available for your use, both the business entity and a political contribution disclosure form, at the URL that I have provided here in the materials. Now, an emergency purchase. Let's say that restroom that I talked about springs a leak and the restroom is starting to flood. Now, neither the bid statute nor the pay-to-play statute applies. it has to be something, an emergency that requires immediate work or delivery of goods and services. And that the need for the goods or services could not be reasonably foreseen. The contract is limited only to the immediate needs of the emergency. It can't be used to enter into a multi-year contract. The board is supposed to adopt rules establishing a process to determine the existence of an emergency and the procedure to implement an emergency purchase. A common way of doing it would be for the director to contact the board president or the board treasurer, or if you have a buildings and ground committee, the chair of the buildings and ground committee, to confirm the emergency and to implement the process for the emergency contract. All purchases of goods and services that exceed $2,625 require that the vendor supply you with a business registration certificate. It's done by the vendor in their cumulative contract, not aggregation by type of goods or services. So if you deal with a vendor that you buy different products from, it's the vendor, not the fact that you bought, $5,000 or $1,000 worth of widgets and $1,500 worth of computer software, and another $1,000 worth of computers. That altogether would be over the business registration certificate threshold, and that vendor would require a business registration certificate. Note that library materials are not exempt again. It does not apply to anything you purchase from other government agencies or nonprofit corporations. The emergency purchase can be contracted, but payment cannot issue until that vendor has provided you with the business registration certificate. The vendor is only required to give it to you one time unless they change their business address. Then they have to amend their business registration certificate with the state and then supply you with the new business registration certificate with the new address. Paying your bills. You really need to check with your auditor as to how to process your bills and approve payment. Your board, they're going to want to see your board approve payment. And that can come any one of several ways. Different auditors prefer different methods. Some want what they call a claims and encumbrances list. Others want a bills list. Still others will accept a list of the checks that you're writing. But it has to be approved by your board. Check with the auditor, but they're almost certainly going to require that each vendor sign a purchase order or voucher. The purchase order or voucher will require that the vendor certify that, yes, this is my bill, it is correct, this is the money that's due and owing, please pay me. Now, paying your bills. The library is not allowed to have a credit card, nor a debit card. You can accept the credit card for payment of fines, lost books, for donations, things like that. What you are allowed to use is a procurement card, commonly known as a P card. You may also use electronic funds transfers, wire transfers, or automated clearinghouse or e-checks. P cards and EFT requires the board to adopt the resolution, which includes all policies and procedures for implementation and oversight. There is a local finance notice, which I've given you the reference to, which provides more guidance on this. Essentially, a procurement card looks like a credit card. It'll have Visa or MasterCard on it, but it doesn't have any value on it until you put value on it, and then it's only for a specific purpose and a specific vendor. So again, there's a lot more that goes into it, but I encourage you to examine the process. Talk with the CFO in town. They may be able to guide you as well. Disposing of property. You may have excess property. It may be stacks. It may be tables and chairs. It may be books. The board is supposed to adopt a resolution to sell or dispose of the property. If the estimated fair value of the property to be sold is less than or equal to the quote threshold, 15% of the bid threshold, then you can sell it at private sale without advertising for bids, you can recycle the materials, or you can throw them in the trash. However, if the estimated value of the property to be sold is greater than the quote threshold, then you're required to make the sale to the highest bidder via a sealed bid or a public auction. The date, time, and place of the public sale, a description of the items to be sold, and any conditions attached to the sale have to be published in the paper. It has to be done at least 7, but no more than 14 days before the sale. Now, there is no need to advertise for bids if you're selling or otherwise giving the property away to the United States, the state of New Jersey, or another contracting unit or governmental entity in the United States. So as an example, if you know of another library that needs your stacks or your tables and chairs because you're getting new ones and they would like them, you can give them to them, you can sell them to them without having to advertise. And with that, I'll take questions about this, and certainly Michelle and Bob, we can segue into back to the other presentation as well.
Sure. Michelle, do you want to read these since
Yeah.
I read the other ones?
Let me see if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we
Where
can.
I just scrolled to the bottom and I was looking to see if there were any specific questions about the purchasing.
I think the first one from when Michael started was the one at 1051 from Karen Finnegan.
For the purchasing.
I think so.
Oh, Karen. Okay, so we can start there then. What if you have a lot of small things to be done that each are under 17,500? For example, a new carpet, a new fence, a new circ desk. Can you do 3 different projects that are each under 17,500 in 1 year without a QPA?
Yeah, you certainly can, because those would all be different vendors, I'm sure. What you've just described there are different vendors. So it's project specific and vendor specific. So, if you have a vendor that did all of those things, then you may need to put it out to bid. But those are so distinct that I think you can do those things without having to put it out to bid.
Next question. If the cost of purchases is below the 17,500 threshold, can the municipality require the board to go through a QPA?
The municipality cannot require you to do it, but if the municipality will lend you their QPA, and your QPA will handle or assist you with this so that you can get your threshold raised, that would be a plus.
Okay. Do the EUS bid exemptions apply to academic libraries as well? I'm planning a website redesign on a tight schedule, so this would be helpful to know.
Academic library, if you're a public entity, like a William Patterson or Kane University or Rowan, then yeah, it's going to apply to you. If you're in a private school, like Fairleigh Dickinson or somebody like that, then it wouldn't matter to you.
Okay, let's see. Let me go down. I'm not sure if this is related to purchasing or not. Let me go down. What kind of, to Charlie's question, what kind of property are you talking about? Books, computers?
You mean the sale of disposing of property? Yes. Any public property that you have that you're disposing, any property that you own that you want to dispose of, the statute applies.
Okay. Carrie asked, we just started using Gov Deals. Do we need to advertise?
You still need to advertise.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone use Amazon for purchasing? If so, did they supply the needed business registration forms?
I think that's a question for the group.
Okay. You want to put your answers in the chat box, please, and we'll take a look at that in a couple of minutes. Okay, where are we? Okay, Sandy asked, if you use the township's QPA, do we have to use the higher threshold?
Well, the higher threshold is going to be available to you, yes. If the QPA is handling it for you, then you're entitled to the higher threshold. It doesn't mean you have to use it. You could always put things out to bid that are below the threshold, but that's, a lot of people like to avoid that if they can, so.
Okay. Does auctioning items on Gov Deals meet the requirements for selling with notice, or would a notice in the paper still be required?
A notice in the paper is still required.
So I think from what I see, that is the last purchasing question. Bob, do you see any more? Otherwise, I'll scroll back up to, because since we have a lot of time now, we have a half an hour. I'll scroll back.
Yeah, let's scroll. Yeah, let's scroll up
All
to the
right,
top.
I'll go up to the very, okay. So these are the ones I think that were not answered, Michael, when we cut off the library law. All right, if a meeting is canceled due to insufficient trustee attendance, I am guessing that paying bills on time is not a sufficient emergency to reschedule before the next monthly meeting.
Yeah, it's not a reason for an emergency meeting, but it's certainly a reason for a special meeting. And so, you know, you poll the board, find out when they can meet, provide at least the 48 hours notice in the method that I've outlined, and you have that special meeting to pay the bills.
Next, is a rice notice necessary if the board wants to discuss bonuses for some staff? It doesn't impact their employment. Better to discuss in exec session in case decide no, and the staff member doesn't need to hear that disappointment.
Well, the answer to the question is it does require a rice notice because it's discussing the terms and conditions of employment. It's rather broad, the hiring, the firing, the disciplining, and any terms and conditions of employment. Compensation is a term and condition of employment. So if you're going to discuss a bonus, yes, you should give them a rice notice if you're going to discuss it in private.
How does the classified position work if it is an internal promotion in a civil service library? For example, I've been acting director for 4 months in 2021, and board adopted a resolution to promote me to library director. Is that valid, or do I have to take a test and be put on the list?
Well, you got to work through civil service. Civil service has a different process for promotional titles as opposed to outside hires. And so you still have to notify civil service that you're in a director position. And they're going to go through the process. My experience with director positions is that, especially if there has been an open search for a director in a civil service library, and then civil service posts the position, nobody usually goes that route to try and get the job, because you got to figure that they would have applied for it and been passed over, to then try and get it through the back door of civil service means that you're gonna try and make a shotgun marriage, and that would never work in my mind. So, but there is a process for promotional that is different than an outside hire, that is usually easier. Usually, if you qualify, it's just within the library itself that they look for other people that may be qualified, as opposed to outside the library.
Can an employee use Oprah within their own library?
Oh, geez. Yeah, technically they can. Technically they can. Would be a red flag to me that you might have a problem, especially depending on what they ask for. But yeah, they could.
What kind of insurance is needed for library volunteers?
Well, library volunteers You should check with the town, but library, so they may have certain requirements for volunteers before they can work, but your liability insurance should cover volunteers, but you definitely want to check with the town, or if the town is with a JIF, with the people that run the JIF.
How is termination because of a vaccine policy handled with civil service?
That's a good question. Probably it's some violation of regs or process, conduct unbecoming, neglect of duty. It's very clear that, in my opinion, you can require vaccines. The only limit would be that you, under federal law, you would have to provide for medical and religious exemptions under EEOC. And they have to be legitimate, obviously. They can't just say, oh, I medically can't take it. They'd have to provide a doctor to give a specific notice to what it is, if they're allergic to the vaccine, if there's a medical condition that prevents them from taking it. Religious beliefs become a little bit more tricky, but it has to be a sincerely held religious belief, not just to say, oh, I have a religious exemption and that's it. But if they won't do it, that's cause for discipline.
Can the mayor's alternate be board president?
In my opinion, the alternate should not be officers of the board. Zoning and planning board alternates by statute cannot serve as chair or vice chair of the boards. There's no mention of that in the library statute. However, they're only alternates. If the mayor were to come to a meeting, now that alternate no longer has power. The mayor has the power. The alternate may be able to speak in debate, as an alternate can ask questions, for example, at a zoning board meeting, but they've lost all power. They have no power to vote, and in my mind, then wouldn't have the power to serve as an officer. Having said that, I've seen it happen, and I've not heard of an adverse consequence of it, but it's my legal opinion.
Okay. Do you have to provide budget and bill lists to the public during a library board meeting?
Well, if they ask, if they could certainly put in an Oprah request for a budget, they could put in an Oprah request for a bill list. Since those are records that you're required to keep, you would have to provide them. I know that there are some governing bodies that have concerned citizens, some may call them gadflies, that want to see the whole council packet every month, every meeting. And so they have a standing Oprah request. And since things like a budget are supposed to be made readily available, to the extent that the bill list is already there, the 7 business day time frame to respond to something like that is not going to apply. You're going to have to provide that immediately. So the direct answer to your question is yes, that's something that you would have to make available.
What if the board member missing several consecutive meetings is the school superintendent?
That statute does not apply to the mayor. It doesn't apply to the school superintendent, and probably doesn't apply to their alternates as well, since they're their alternates. I mean, you may want to notify them that their alternate has missed meetings, but it does not apply to the ex officio members.
Could you share again where we can find the information for staff training and staff development?
If you're talking about, and this is the only thing I shared, was a training for discrimination, sexual harassment. That is the New Jersey Division on Civil Rights. I don't have a phone number off the top of my head.
And I think Mary Fran from Morton just put in a comment. Ours is 44,000. Our budget is 267,000. Probably related to your purchasing.
Okay.
Okay. Can you open the library with no public restroom, water main break, for example?
Check with your building inspector, but I think the answer is no.
Okay. We are looking to hire a courier service to move books, between our 3 locations. Would this be considered specialized library services? I have 3 quotes and they are over $17,500 for the year.
That may be, depending on what they're doing. I know that you could do a bid spec, I guess, but it also could be specialized library services if what they're doing and what they're contractually required to do is keep all the books in order, as opposed to just willy-nilly pack them and then unpack them, so that you then have to go through all the Dewey classifications and put them on the shelves in the right spots. My understanding is a true library mover has a process to take books off the shelf, and when they're placed back on the shelf at another location or brought out of storage if you're renovating and put back in a renovated space, to put them in the exact order they belong. That may well be a specialized library service, yes.
Carolyn, I think I saw a couple people answer your question about Amazon in the chat, so you could take a look there. And I'll look as soon as I can too. Karen says under 17.5, you only need 2 estimates?
Correct. 2 quotes.
Can the director discuss an employee's performance with the board president in private without doing a Rice notice?
Yes. What the director's got to avoid doing is having that same discussion with multiple people if the director is doing that to circumvent the requirement of the Open Public Meetings Act. I have one library that tried to have a running committee meeting in which they had 4, there's a 9-person board. They had 4 trustees in the meeting, and then it was like tag team wrestling. They had a trustee waiting outside who came in. That trustee came in, trustee came out. They wanted to have continued the discussion with the new trustee in there. And they asked me, and I said, no, you can't do that. You're now trying to work around the Open Public Meetings Act, and you're violating the statute. But one-on-one, not a problem.
In reference to transferring excess funds into capital account, does those funds have to be designated for long-term future projects, for example, a new building? If so, and those funds are designated for a new building, can those funds then be used towards a different project?
Okay, so you should have a capital plan that for which you're earmarking the funds. All right, it may be a new building, it may be a renovation, it may be for a new furniture, whatever it might be. You should have a capital plan. Now, sometimes circumstances change, and you need to change your priorities. You may have wanted to put an addition on, but suddenly your HVAC is on the fritz and you need to replace the HVAC. I think so long as you can show a rational basis for doing it, and the board adopts a motion or resolution to that effect, then I think you can transfer it over without a problem.
Are draft budgets public documents?
No, draft budgets are not, although if it's part of the board packet, and they request to see those non-confidential portions of the board packet, they may be a public record. I don't know, draft budgets may not be. That I probably have to do a little more research on. It's possible. You can make an argument both ways.
Who do we contact to get a P card set up for the library?
Talk to a bank. And talk to your CFO. Because there's an intersection of what the bank will provide and what the statute requires, and the regulations require. And again, I've given you a reference to a local finance notice that gives some background to it. But that's where I would start. I would start with the bank, talk to the CFO, see what resolution the town passed as a model, perhaps, for you to emulate.
Can you open your library if there are no working water fountains?
Yeah, I don't think there's any requirement of having working water fountains.
We are looking at hiring a designer that might be using various contractors. Her fee is under the bid threshold. We have a QPA, but the scope of the project would be over the bid. Do we have to get quotes for designers, or do we put out a bid for the entire project that includes the designer?
So if the designer is akin to an architect, and the architect or designer is going to give you the concept and the specifications for the work, that would probably not require a bid. The other part of the project, which is to renovate or redo the library, that part, if it's got the possibility of going over the bid threshold, would have to be put out to bid. And so now, if the scope of if the work to be done is under the bid threshold, and the designer's work, the architect's work, is under the bid threshold, those are two separate aspects. Again, an architect is clearly a professional service outside of the bid threshold. Not sure exactly what the designer is that's not an architect. If it's not an architect, I don't know if it's going to qualify as an extraordinary unspecifiable service. So I probably need to know more about the designer to give a better answer to that.
A member of the public asked about public posting of the director's report. I know it's subject to Oprah, but if you have personal information in the report, then can that still be published publicly, or would it need to be redacted?
Two comments. One, yes, it should be redacted. Although, so I'm assuming, let me take a step back. I'm assuming that your board requires you to provide them with a written director's report. And if that's the case, then it's a public record that's got to be kept on file, and it's subject to Oprah. However, if it contains personnel information, you should redact the personnel information. Maybe a better practice would be for you to break up the director's report, pull out the personnel information as a separate confidential report that is provided to the board, so that if you're going to have discussion of it, there's a rice notice and it's done in private, unless of course they ask for it to be in public. And that way you don't have to worry about missing a redaction. You have all your personnel information as a separate report.
So I think the next is a comment defining what they meant by designer. An interior designer, changing signage, painting, furniture, etc., not construction that we know of for now.
Well, if the designer is going to then be hiring the various contractors to do all of that work, then the whole project is going to need to go out to bid. Although I think I understand what the problem is. The designer doesn't know what the project is going to entail until they give you different designs, different concepts of signage, furniture, things like that, and you decide on that, and then she hires the contractors. Now, it's also possible that, take furniture, for example, there's a lot, well, maybe a lot's overstating it, there are several state contracts and regional co-op contracts for library furniture that might fit in, and that then would not require a public bid. So there's a lot of details there to break down. I'd really need to have more information.
Okay, and Michael, I think this is the last question in Q&A.
Okay.
Should a financial statement of the purchases made using the capital account be made available and approved by the Board of Trustees each month?
Yes. Yeah, they have to approve it. Your auditor is going to require, no matter what account it comes out of, that expenditures be approved. And whether it's a claims list, a bills list, or a list of checks, those have to go to the Board of Trustees for approval. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That closes out the Q&A portion of your first talk on library law and also the purchasing. Everyone, and I don't know if you wanted to take a look at the chat. There's a lot in the chat about P cards and how people actually, where they get them and how they order from Amazon. So there's a number of comments down there. Bob, I don't know if we want to go through those or do we just want to?
No, I think we can just let
chat
people, everybody can see it. So there's no sense rereading stuff that people can just
Okay.
click on the chat button and read for themselves.
Okay, sounds good. So with that, I want to thank Michael for spending the morning with us on two excellent presentations that offer so much information. I'm sure if we watched them 10 times, we would get something new out of them each time. So Michael, thank you very much for presenting again at the, I almost said Trustee Institute. I'm going to ask you for that later, but for the new director's orientation. And so right now we are at 11:35, so we're a little bit.
Michelle, can I just interrupt
yeah.
for 1 second? And
Sure.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure to do this. I do see a question in the Q&A. Can the board approve a petty cash account up to a threshold that does not need to be approved? The answer to that is yes. If you have a cash management policy that sets forth a petty cash process, that answer is yes.
Oh, how many nights does a small library have to be open? That's a Bob question, but.
That's a Bob question.
So if your population is 7,500 or above, you need to be open for 3 evenings per week. Evenings are defined as any hours after 6 p.m. And a question went away now. And if your library is below 7,500 population, you only need to be open for 2 evenings per week.
So Bob, is there a length of time after 6 p.m. they have to be open? Is it an hour, 2 hours?
I'm sorry, it's any two or more hours after 6 p.m.
Very good.
Thanks for leading me into that clarification.
Sure. My pleasure.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
That's it.
Really
folks.
appreciate it.
Thank
Had
you,
a lot of
Michael,
fun.
again.
Yeah, thank you very
everyone,
much, Michael.
Thank you. We're going to reconvene at 12:45 for Working with Trustees by Pat Tumulty and Pat Pavlak. Okay, everyone, have a good lunch. Michael, take care. Okay, welcome back, everyone, for the second part of the day. And we're going to start out with working with library trustees. We have with us today Pat Pavlak, who is the board president of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association and a trustee of the Cranford Public Library. And we have Pat Tumulty, former executive director of NJLA and now an advisor for the New Jersey Library Trustees Association. And we fondly refer to them as the Pats. So the Pats, we're turning it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Hi, everybody. Thanks for inviting us to speak with you today. We want to just talk a little bit about a topic that may be a little challenging if you're a brand new library director, and that is working with your board trustees. So we want to just go over a little bit, and I know Michael did a lot of the nitty gritty with you this morning, so we're not going to make you sit through that again. But we just want you to understand what the library board is. The library board is appointed by your municipality to work with you. When the partnership works, it's great and the library benefits. But when the partnership is strained, which it very often is, Pat and I hear lots of stories about problems between directors and boards, it can be a problem and the library suffers. So how can you make sure that your partnership with the board and the director, the partnership between the board and the director is healthy? We have kind of narrowed it down to 3 words that we think kind of sum up what you need to do. And that is collaborate, communicate, and cultivate. And we're going to talk about each one of those. So, wait a minute, let me see, my screen here is blocked. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so first thing you need to understand is that the library board is charged with specific legal responsibilities. And your trustees need to understand that too. Many times, library directors make the assumption that the trustees know what they are supposed to do. And if they are brand new trustees and they have not attended any trustee training, they may not have a clue as to what they are supposed to be doing. So some of that responsibility will fall on you as the director, because you are the person who is kind of the continuity between the library and the board. So you want to make sure that your trustees know exactly what they are supposed to be doing. You want to make sure that they have bylaws that are up to date and written so the board functions the way it needs to function. And bylaws, those are the rules that govern the way the board operates, agendas, committees, all of those kinds of things. So you might want to make sure, especially if your board is filled with new trustees, that they understand what their bylaws are and that they abide by them. Okay, wait, let me get to my arrow. Excuse me here.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead, Pat.
All right. One of the important components of collaboration with your trustees is to encourage them to get continuing education, just as you get continuing education, because things have changed so quickly in the library world. And certainly, I think we know with COVID, things change almost on a weekly basis. So your job as the conduit between the state library, the library associations, and your trustees is to ensure that they get the avenues to continuing education and that they have the tools that they need to succeed. And we're going to give you a few examples of places where they can get continuing education. And we, again, encourage you to do this jointly with them. Okay. Pat, are you moving the slides, Pat?
Am I moving the slides? I am, Pat.
All right, gotta go.
Sorry.
All right. So some of the valuable things that we want you to make sure that your trustees know about is the NJLTA membership. The New Jersey Library Trustee Association is a separate organization, and we have $20 per trustee. We send out updates to them. Pat has monthly, every other month, her trustee board meets. So for example, I sent out a update today reminding the new trustees that next week we will have a program for them to go over the duties and responsibilities of new trustees. Another important thing is the monthly trustee check-in, which is co-sponsored by NJLTA and the State Library. In many ways, it's very similar to the director's check-in, which many of you participate in, but this is one that's specifically for trustees, and we can go over with them the concerns they may have. And it's become a very valuable place for them to express and ask questions that they may need to know. Many of the programs that are recorded, such as today's, are on the State Library's website under trustee education, particularly things like the past trustee institutes. So we encourage you to look at that and to work with your trustees about that. There are also programs on the State Library website from United for Libraries. These are excellent training programs. Your trustees can take these. They're online programs, and they get credit for trustee education if they take these. So it might be something, they're very short. Many of them are very short videos, but it might be good to work them into your monthly meetings so people can talk about them. So remember, make sure that you work on trustee education. It is a valuable part of being a library director. And these are the places that we'd like you to look. The websites are the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, the State Library, the New Jersey Library Association has much valuable information. There's also a link to the New Jersey statutes, which again, Michael was speaking about many of those statutes this morning. And also on the State Library website is the Manual for Public Library Trustees. It's a little outdated, but a lot of the information is really information that is valuable for all trustees. So we encourage you to look at that.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some of the responsibilities that the director and the trustees share. The number one is the budget. Obviously, the director bears the brunt of the responsibility for developing the budget, but that should be done with input from the trustees. The director, you should be providing your board with monthly expenditure reports and financial reports. That gives the board an idea of how well the budget is meeting the needs of the library. You should be presenting a bill list to your board so that every month the board can approve payment of the bills. Some boards neglect to get a bill payment and they, a bill list, and they kind of do an overall, approval of the bills, but it really is best practice to see what each of the bills are that the board is approving. And that falls under the responsibility of the director. Working with the board and working with the budget, it helps you to try to set aside a little bit of a reserve fund, if possible, for an unexpected emergency that the library may come up with. Some things you can plan for, but as we all know, life happens and sometimes things are not planned for. So you want to see if you can maintain a reserve fund for any unexpected emergencies that might come up at your library. With the board's help, you will evaluate the operating budget to see if it's sufficient for the service you want your library to provide. Many libraries in New Jersey are funded at their third of a mil requirement. There are some that are fortunate to be funded above that, but the vast majority, I would say, are funded at their third of a mil requirement. Is that enough for you to do what you want to do in your community? And if it isn't, the board and the director should work together to come up with a plan to approach your municipality to see about increasing your expenditure. All right, you also want to take a good look at your community and see what's happening in your community. I know the census information is slowly trickling in, so that will give us all the opportunity to see how our communities have changed in the past 10 years. And it will help you to identify things that you might need to address in your next budget. Is your young population increasing where you're going to have to provide more children's services? Is your elder population increasing where you might need to focus on programs and services for the older population in your town? You want to look and see what's happening so that that can all be addressed in your budget. And the way that your board is going to know how well your budget is working is by those monthly reports that you provide at the meeting. Okay. The other shared responsibility is the policies of the library. Sometimes boards have a misunderstanding of the differences between policies and procedures. The board sets policy, the director sets procedure. Okay, so the policy is kind of your overarching goals, your objectives, and your mission in the library. The board and the library director work together to come up with the policy that governs the work of the library, the mission of the library. And then it's the director's job to establish the procedures that implement the policies set by the board. And that's a distinct difference. Sometimes when we talk later on about problems, this is one of the problems that often arises, that trustees try to set policy, try to set procedure where they should be setting policy. Okay. The next thing is strategic planning, and this is a big one. I'm working on the strategic plan right now at my library. We are trying to come up with our long-range plan for our library. We're trying to set out our goals. We had in our last strategic plan an expansion. We applied unsuccessfully for the construction bond grant. So now we are revising our new strategic plan to to make that work, to see what we can do to do the expansion that we feel is necessary, but without the funding that we were hoping to get. So when you work with your director and your trustees, you want to look at where your library is now and where do you want to go? How are you going to get there? And how is this going to impact your library? Are your staffing needs going to change? Do you need to increase your budget? This might impact your request to your municipality. What is your role in the community? I think COVID showed us lots of things, but one of the things that it showed us really is what a key role the library plays in many, many, many of our communities. So you have to look closely at that role. How are people using your library? What are they doing there? And how are you going to plan for the future needs to meet those needs of the community? And what else is happening in your community? Many communities in New Jersey are growing by leaps and bounds. There's all kind of construction, older buildings are being taken down, multifamily housing is being put up. For many libraries, that's going to have a big impact on their service community. And are you going to be able to deal with that? And moving forward, how is your library going to deal with the new demands that an increased population is going to make on your services and your staff? So you want to think about all of that. All right, Pat.
We spoke a little bit this morning with Michael Cerrone about the personnel issues in the library. And the most important thing, the takeaway is that the library director is the most important, obviously, employee. And the responsibility of the library board is to recruit, appoint, monitor, and evaluate the library director. As we said this morning, you are the only employee which the board should be directly supervising. You answer directly to the board. And again, your responsibility in terms of our talk about communication, you need to communicate to the board on a regular basis. Your monthly board report should include an update on all the activities of the library board. And we encourage you, in fact, we almost require you to make sure that you get an annual evaluation by your board. It is a very, very important piece of your personnel policy and for the board. I have to say that that is one of the issues we have found over the years. We will suddenly have a board say, well, really, we don't think the director is doing a good job. And we'll say to them, well, have you evaluated the director? And they'll say, well, no, we just don't think they're doing a good job. That's not sufficient for you. It's not sufficient for the library. You need to be asking, you almost should demand an annual review. And that review should include what performance goals they have for you for the future. Everything should be in writing. So this is one of the most important things that you as a director need to make sure happens. You need to make sure that you're working with your library board and that you get an annual review of your performance. And any suggestions, again, should be put in writing. Now we're going to talk a little bit about your monthly board meeting. Again, when we talked about the monthly board meeting is probably the place where you communicate most directly with your board. And we're giving you a little bit about the format and the order of the meeting. This should be included in your monthly. First of all is the open public meeting statement that should be given in front of every meeting. You should have approval of your minutes. There should be a report from the board president. Then the director's report, which we said again is very important, where you can document what has been going on to the library on a month-to-month basis. The financial reports, including the approval of bills, which Pat had said is so critical that no one can come back and say, oh, I didn't know this, we paid this or whatever bill that is. You need to have complete fiscal accountability to your board. So they should get a monthly list of bills. Then you have committee reports. If you have a committee structure, like Michael spoke about this morning, then there's old and new business, and then there must be a place for public comment. And again, we talked about how things are slightly different right now because things are being done on Zoom and there's some hybrid meetings, but you have to make sure that the public has the ability to comment on anything that's happened in the library. Okay, where am I next? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so just to kind of expand a little bit on some of the things we just talked about. think of your director's report as kind of your, your chance to shine for the month. You want to tell the board everything that has been going on behind the scenes. You want to share circulation statistics. You want to break down those statistics. You want to identify any trends that you're seeing. And you want to bring up any budget concerns. This is your best opportunity to communicate with your board and let them know exactly what is happening in the library. You also want to make sure that you keep your communication lines open with the chair people of the various committees, the people on the board who are in charge of building and grounds and finance. You want to make sure that you keep them up to date on what's happening in their area of responsibility. You want to make sure that the board president knows about what's happening in the library. If something comes up, if there's an issue that is happening, you want to make sure the board president knows about it, because nobody wants to be blindsided and nobody wants somebody to ask them about something that happened in the library and you as a trustee have no idea what they're talking about. So you want to keep your board president and any trustees that need to know about something that is going on in their area of responsibility. When you get new trustees, you want to make sure that you kind of introduce yourself to them. You give them the information about the library that you need. Give them a board directory, give them bylaws, give them, a copy of your policies, your most recent annual report, and tell them when the meetings are. Don't just assume that they are going to know all of these things, because they may not. And having them be prepared is a good way to get them engaged right from the very start. Okay, you want to make sure that you are the voice of the library. You want to reach out to any specific trustee that you feel you need to reach out to. You want to anticipate problems and propose solutions. You want to give background and information on things that are happening. So if there's a problem with your physical plant and this problem occurred, 5 years ago and you know about it, you want to tell the trustees about that so they can make an informed decision on what to do, how to handle it. Nobody likes to be surprised. So you want to share as much information as you possibly can. And don't be afraid to disagree with your trustees. If they say one thing and you disagree, you don't think that's the best way for the library to go, don't be afraid to tell them that. Make sure you advocate. You are the professional. Your board is not, they are not hired to run the library. They hired you to run the library. So that is your job. You are supposed to be the voice for the library. You are the professional. I always tell library boards, if you could run the library, we wouldn't have to hire directors. We wouldn't need them, but we very definitely do need them. So that is why you are there. You are the person who is making, you are the voice of the library, and you are the ones who are making those big decisions and coming to the board and presenting them for the board's approval. COVID-19 kind of threw everybody here for a loop, but I think we did learn a couple of good lessons from COVID-19, and they come back to communication again. Communication between the board president and the library director is crucial. I think during the early days of COVID, I talked to my library director probably 4 or 5 times a day, trying to figure out what to do. In the very beginning, should we close? What kind of safety procedures should we put into place? All of those things, having a conversation so that we both understood what we were dealing with. It's very important that you keep your staff up to date, and you keep the board up to date and the public up to date. With COVID, we saw how policies and procedures changed almost on a daily basis. And it was very important that we explained and communicated to people why that was happening. It prevents rumors from starting, it prevents uncertainty, and it makes the library's position clear. So it lets everybody know what's happening. And I think, you know, we were very fortunate at my library. We had very, very, very few issues during COVID. And I think a lot of that was because we made a definite priority of keeping not only our staff informed of what was happening, but the public and our municipality. Everybody knew why we were doing what we were doing. And even if they didn't like what we were doing, they understood why it was happening. So that was really very important. And I would urge you to try to adopt the same thing. Just tell people what's happening, why it's happening. And even if they don't agree with it, at least they understand why. It also is really important to make sure that you stay up to date and your trustees stay up to date through our organization, NJLA, the state library. During the early days of COVID, we tried to make sure that trustees knew what to do about meeting virtually. We had Michael Cerrone do a workshop for our trustees so they would understand how to run a virtual meeting, which was, for most boards, I would say, a new activity. As policies about opening and mask requirements, all of those things changed. We communicated that to our members. NJLA did as well, and the state library did. So it's really important that you as a director stay in touch with these groups, but also that your trustees do as well, so they know what's going on. And I guess the thing we're waiting for now is to find out if we can still have virtual meetings, because I know lots of boards are still doing that. And I guess we're waiting for the governor to tell us, and maybe Michael knows something about that. Okay, go ahead, Pat.
One of the things in our 3 C's, we want you to cultivate good relationships. Your trustees are your friends. They are your employers, but they're also your friends. They have been appointed to the board because they do want what's best for their community and for the library. So each trustee is an individual. They bring specific skills and knowledge to that position. And we encourage you to utilize their skills, to know what their background is, to know what their interests are, and to work with the board president to kind of match these skills to perhaps different committees. So for example, if you have somebody who is a CPA, make sure that they're on your finance committee. Maybe make sure they're on your building committee so that they can help you look at the numbers, understand the numbers, kind of direct in the future. You know, it's really important. These are community people who bring lots of skills to the table. So you need to be able to tap into those skills. There are, you know, public relations things, community outreach, strategic planning. On the board is someone who is connected with the school board. Either it is the superintendent of schools or their alternate. You want to make sure that that person is able to really articulate how the library is supporting the educational role in your community. So make sure you understand your trustees, that you keep them up to date, and you utilize their skills, because they bring a lot of skills to the table to help you do a better job for your library. And again, when we talk to the next thing, which says cultivating relationships, you know, trustees are more engaged when they feel comfortable. Trustees can identify community connections. One of the things in my former life at NJLA, I did a lot of library advocacy, which required me to make relationships with local and state representatives. Your trustees are extremely important in that role. If your trustee says to one of their elected officials, let's just take the Construction Bond Act for an example, that would never have passed if it had not had so much support. And it was just not the librarians, it was trustees throughout the state who indicated and knew how vital this would be to their communities. So identifying those community connections and helping you with your trustees. So when NJLA asks for, the trustees ask for who can connect with a certain legislator or who can connect with a certain governmental official, you need to be able to help people to identify those, because those people are the conduits. So make sure that you do that and identify those relationships. Again, each individual is unique. Your community is unique. What you bring to the table is unique, but we want to encourage you to work together for the library. Again, as Pat said, the Construction Bond Act went through. I think we're very excited to see what will happen as our libraries get either renovated or rebuilt. It's going to be wonderful. So again, in developing community relationships, make sure that you work together. You can disagree over policy and procedure, but not personality. You should have open communications. Make sure you keep it open. Don't shut that down. Try to see the other person's perspective. And discussion and brainstorming always brings a better product. It always brings a better product to the organization. So make sure that that is one of your things. Your communication skills with your trustees is critical in bringing together what is best for the library and the future of the library and your common mission to help the residents of your communities.
Okay, all right. So in spite of all your good intentions, you might find that you do have some problems with trustees. These are some of the most common ones. Pat and I get asked questions all the time about, you know, how to deal with this, how to deal with that. A lot of the problems can be prevented if you've built that personal relationship that we've talked about. If you see your trustees not as your employers or as your adversaries, but as members of the team advocating for the library. If you kind of look at them in that light, that can go a long way toward preventing some of these problems that we often see. So let's kind of go through these. Some of these, I wish I had an easy way to tell you how to fix them, but I don't. But these are just some of the things you might want to be aware of. Sometimes trustees have a conflict of interest. For example, they might have a nephew who's looking for a job and they know there's a library position open, and they might try to, you know, use their clout to get their nephew an interview or something. That is totally inappropriate and is a definite conflict of interest. And as the director, it is your responsibility to bring forward the best candidate for whatever the job position is and present it to the board. And, you know, without anybody asking to hire this person or don't hire that person. Sometimes trustees have a personal agenda. Now, I don't know if this is as big of a problem as it is in a position where you run for election, because, you know, people are appointed to the library board. So, but they still may have an agenda. They might want to get on the library board because they feel that, you know, the library gets too much money and they want to see how they can do that. Or they might feel the library doesn't get enough money and they want to see what they can do to get more money for the library. But again, they are not on the board to push their own personal agenda. They are there to work with the board for, you know, the best outcome for the library. Sometimes you might have a trustee who is not prepared for the meeting. You know, I would, most library boards, and I'm gonna say probably the vast majority of them, send all the meeting material out ahead of time, usually at least 48 hours, if not longer, before the meeting, so that the trustees have the opportunity to look over the financial reports, read the director's report, look at all of these things so that they're prepared for discussion, prepared for question at the meeting. If you have a trustee who is consistently unprepared for the meetings, that is something that you should, you know, bring up with your board president, and your board president should, you know, address that. Maybe the trustee didn't realize what was involved in being on the library board, and maybe they really don't even want to be on the library board. And if that's the case, then they should communicate that so that it can be addressed right away. That follows with the next problem, which is poor attendance at meetings. Some trustees don't take their position, you know, seriously, and they might miss a number of meetings. In your bylaws, you should have the number of meetings that somebody can miss without an excuse. There is also a number in the state statute, and Pat, remind me, is it 3 or 4?
Michael went over that this morning. I think it's 4 consecutive meetings, but I don't have the actual number.
Okay,
But
and
I
yeah.
just want to say that is a critical piece, because if you do not have a quorum at your board, you can't take action. So you have to make sure, just, like, oh, we only have 3 people here, Mary's missed again. That doesn't cut it. You have to have a quorum to take action.
Right.
So it's very critical that attendance is kept. Yes.
Right. And again, this would be a problem that your board president would address. If there is a trustee who's consistently absent, the board president should speak to that person, find out now, things happen and there may be a valid reason that the person has missed this. But, if it's consistent, then it might be an issue of, you might have to ask the person to step down and, have somebody else appointed to that position. Because as Pat said, if you don't have a quorum, you can't conduct business. So you can't pay your bills, you can't vote on resolutions, you can't do anything. So that's a problem. And you want to make sure that problem doesn't arise. Okay. Another issue we sometimes have is inappropriate interactions with the staff. Trustees should not be walking through the library asking staff what they're doing right now, or what are you doing, or why are you sitting there? Why aren't you out on the floor? That is totally outside the purview of the Board of Trustees. If that is happening, again, you'd have to bring it up with the board president and let the board president address it with the trustee, because that is not the job of the trustee. As we've said, and you've heard so many times, the only employee the trustees are directly responsible for is you, the library director. They are not in charge of the rest of the staff. So they should not be interacting with them on work-related items, okay? Sometimes you have a trustee who just has a difficult personality. That one is a tough one. Again, you can speak to the board president. It's kind of hard to change people's personalities and get them to be different than what they are. But again, if you keep that communication and collaboration in mind, and they know what's going on and they feel like they're part of the team that's working toward the library, that might help that a little bit. Okay. You might have a trustee who has a different idea of what the library's goals and mission should be. And that's okay if they have a different view and they can express that, but they should not be undermining the library. They should not be speaking out against the library. They should not be speaking out and saying, well, the board voted to do this, I don't agree. If that comes to your attention as a director, again, you have to bring it to the board president and let the board president speak to the person who's doing that, because you want to present a united front, even if everyone doesn't agree. And let's face it, there's very few things that every single person agrees on. So once you've had your discussion and you've taken your vote and you've agreed to move forward with what you all think is the best for the library, then that should be the end of the public comment on that. Okay. And the last thing that is sometimes a problem is when trustees try to interfere in the director's job. And that's one that you have to handle, and it can be very awkward. But you are the professional, you are in charge. The board should not be telling you other than what they are supposed to be telling you, okay? So they shouldn't be telling you, put the circulation desk here, I like it better. They should not be interfering in your job. They hired you to operate and maintain the library, and that is what you are doing. And as long as you have made it clear to them why you are doing what you are doing, that is it. Even if they don't really agree with it, unless it's something that falls under their responsibility, then they should not be interfering at all in what you are doing. Pat, you want to add anything?
Now, again, I think for many of you, this is probably the first time you've actually worked with the board in this capacity. So these are really important things to think about. Working with the board is often very difficult or different than working in any other job-related activity, because again, they do have specific responsibilities, but these kinds of things, you know, it takes a little personal finesse sometimes, but when you get these worked out, it's for the good of the library. So again, many of you have never worked in a board situation, and it is very different. But I think if you take some of these things in mind and take it slowly and work with your board president, things can be very, very successful.
Okay. And just kind of to sum up before we take questions, we want to focus on these three things. Collaborate. Think of your board as partners, not as adversaries. Okay, you're working towards the same goal, and look at that as a partnership. Communicate. Make sure that you explain things, you keep the board informed, and people know what is happening and why it's happening. And cultivate those relationships. If you know somebody and you've had a personal connection with them, it's a little harder to scream in their face at something that you don't agree on. So just kind of keep those three things in mind. And sometimes it's not easy to do all of that, but it's well worth your time. Okay, and just kind of to sum up, it's you want to make sure that you have a partnership that works. It's a big key to your success as a library director. If you have a library board that is working at opposite goals to you, that can make your job very difficult, and that is not what you want. Okay, you want to have this partnership where you both advocate for the library, you secure the funding you need, and you develop the policies that make your library, the wonderful resource in the community that it is. Okay, so if you are a brand new director, congratulations, and we wish you lots of luck. Pat, you want to add anything before we take questions?
Let's take questions, but it's a wonderful job. I think you'll grow in it and you'll see what you can do for your community. And I think you'll have very satisfying careers. So good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Pat and Pat. And we do have some questions in the chat box here, or the Q&A. I'm glad Bob Keys popped back on, because some of these looks like, oh, great. And Michael Cerrone is still here. Michael, we have the first question. Is the County Library Commission required to have bylaws? And Michael wants to answer that.
Okay.
No, they're not. They can, but they don't have to.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody's required to have bylaws, but they just make the operation of your facility much easier. I mean, there's no law that says you have to have bylaws, but bylaws create a framework for which you can operate your organization, and particularly operate meetings. So even though there's no legal requirement, again, I think we certainly encourage you all to have bylaws, because they are the framework for all kinds of activities in your library. So, and I think Michael said something this morning, which I wasn't sure, that there's a new policy manual out, or rather the, what do you call that thing? The thing that
Robert's rules.
What is it?
Robert's rules.
Robert's rules. There's a new
Robert's,
edition of Robert's rules, and many of I don't think many of our libraries have updated their bylaws to reflect that there is a new edition of Robert's rules. And so many of our bylaws say you should operate under Robert's rules, by item 10, where maybe there's an 11. So that really is an interesting thing to look at. So again, that was interesting to me. So I'll have to check our Robert's rules and get that out to all our trustees. Make sure they're using the right Robert's rules.
And again, if you just put the current edition, Robert's Rules of Order newly revised current edition, you won't have to change your bylaws.
Okay.
Just the book on the shelf.
Well, we lost Pat. We lost the other Pat.
Well, some of them probably haven't bought a new one, so they'll be waiving the old one that they've had. They'll whip it out of their briefcase and say, "Look, oh, I have Robert's Rules," and you'll find out it's from 1957. So I mean, so it's encouraging that we make sure they're using the right one. And yes. I think bylaws have to be updated now, as we said, in the era of COVID, because things just keep changing in terms of how you operate meetings and whatever. So.
Yeah, we usually recommend that bylaws at least be reviewed every 3 years. Maybe there's nothing in there you feel you need to change. And policies as well, policies as well. I'm gonna run out and get that new Robert's Rules of Order,
That's
boy.
good.
I'm
You'll get that
almost
with-
finished with my book. I need something exciting to read.
Next comment is, can you share the links for those resources?
I think
There
they
were-
are.
there-
aren't they?
They're in the PowerPoint, right? You're
Yeah,
sharing that
so
with everybody?
yeah, when I send the links to the PowerPoints out, the links to those in that slide will be there. So
Okay. And Allison writes, I am director of an association library, not a municipal library. Are there levels of funding for association libraries?
Association libraries are funded at the discretion of the municipality, pure and simple. You can fundraise, but you get donations from your municipality. There is no level of funding. It depends to some extent whether you are an association library associated with a county library. Because if you're associated with a county library, your patrons do pay a county library tax, and therefore they can use the county library also. Most association libraries are connected with the county library, but if you're a pure association library, for example, we spoke this morning, the Millville Public Library is not directly associated with the Cumberland County Library, so their funding is at the discretion of the municipality, and it does not come out of the cap. So it's a much more difficult process sometimes, but you can do fundraising, but there is no level of funding.
Yeah, I was the director of an association library for 13 years, and we were associated with the county library system. I considered that like really a great fortune that we did a lot of collaborations together. So I know sometimes it's difficult, but they didn't have to fund us, but we were lucky we had an endowment that we could rely on too. So, okay. Next is, should you have a 3-year strategic plan or a 5-year strategic plan?
You know, that's kind of up to the board, and I guess what's going on in your library. As I said before, at my library, we are doing our strategic plan right now. It is a 3-year plan. We're a little delayed in getting it done because a big part of it was construction, and obviously we applied for the construction bond. We did not get it. So now we have to rethink what we're doing moving forward. But I think things, change so quickly now that 3 years is kind of a good benchmark. And again, that doesn't mean you need to rewrite everything every 3 years, because maybe your goals and your objectives and things haven't changed all that much. But one thing that the strategic plan is very useful for is evaluating your director and how well the director is moving forward on the goals of the strategic plan. So you want to make sure that that is reviewed periodically. And I think I would say certainly no more than 5 years. That would be the longest I would suggest.
And we talked a little bit about making sure that part of your strategic plan is also looking at your building and making sure that you're talking about the needs of your building. It may not be the complete part of your strategic plan, but there should be a building piece of your strategic plan. How old is the roof? How old is the boiler? How old? Because those are going to impact. If your boiler is 20 years old and suddenly you're in the middle of your strategic plan and it goes out, you better figure out how to pay for that, how you work with your municipality, and that's not a surprise. So just like on your own home, you're watching all those things. You really should make sure that there's at least a component that talks about how you're building or the resources of your building in a strategic plan. But Michelle does strategic planning. I do some. I think 3 years is is what most people are looking at right now. And certainly after COVID, everything is kind of blown out of the water. We're all looking at different ways of serving our public. So I think you should look at 3 years.
We'll go through strategic planning next week, but pretty much it's nowadays it's a 3-year plan simply because the technology is changing, situations are changing so rapidly. But we'll go into that a little bit more next week. All right, next question. Is there a requirement for agenda items to be in this order?
Michael, I don't think there's a required order. Is there, Michael?
There is not.
There is not, right. You just
There's
want to
no
make
question.
sure that you
Some
just want to
people
make
get the
sure you
public
have all of
comments.
those.
in the beginning, some people take public comments at the end. There isn't any, I mean, I have seen them done different ways at different board meetings. So that again is
Right.
sort of local preference.
Right. The thing that you want to make sure about public comments, and I don't know, Michael, if you want to add anything to this, is that, you know, they are limited to the public comment portion of the meeting. It's not a back and forth with the public as the board discusses whatever they're discussing. The public is not chiming in whenever they feel like it. There's a definitive part of the meeting that is for public comment. And the public comment, the person has to give their name, give their address, and there's usually a set time limit that they can speak. And I don't know, Michael, if you want to say anything else about that.
So that's correct. That's the way to do it. A set period of time in the agenda. That's the only time that they can speak. I encourage trustees not to do a back and forth with the speaker. Rather, wait until all the speakers are done. There are questions raised, try and answer them after the public comment section is done, either the president or the director or some combination, to answer any questions that may have come up during public comment.
Right. You just want to avoid the meeting becoming a free-for-all.
Correct.
Okay, next question. I want to create a mask policy, but feel that my board will push back against it. How should I proceed?
A mask policy.
Yeah. Again, you know, I would say you have to come back to the communication. I would lay out very clearly why, you know, again, you have to look at your community, what's going on in your community. And I would lay out very clearly to the board why you feel a mask policy is necessary, especially if there's no other, you know, places in your community that have a mask requirement. That's all I could say. Again, communicating and saying why. Michael, do you want to say anything about that?
Something like that, I think it would have to come from the board to implement or to adopt, and then the director would have to implement the policy. I don't think that the director would be on solid ground if she or he were to unilaterally impose a mask policy. I think you make very good points about being in touch with the community. It may be a balancing between community needs and staff needs. Lately, this has become a very touchy area and requires some sensitivity in terms of how you approach it.
I think it's important, though, that you do have a board policy, and it's important for the director, but it's also important for the staff, so that if they are questioned about it, they can say, you know what, it's a board policy, and I can't change that board policy. But as Michael says, it's not something that the director could set up themselves. It would definitely have to be a policy that is adopted by the board.
And then we have, go ahead, Pat.
No, and I was going to say, again, as Michael said, this has become quite a touchy subject. So I would just make sure that you had very definitive evidence as to why you feel your board, your library requires masks. And I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't do it, but just make sure, because understand people are going to question, especially if your community is no longer requiring widespread masking.
Okay, and the last question, is it appropriate for your board's finance committee to review documents used to create a draft budget?
I would think so. I don't know why not. I mean, it's part of the budget. I mean, if your draft budget is like, how much were the oil bills in the past 12 months? How much is our salaries for the past 12 months? It's like creating any other budget. So yes, I would, if you're going to require your finance committee to make judgments on your budget, they better be involved, so that when it comes to the full board, they can ask you those same questions. How did you come up with this number? You have to be able to answer that. So it'd be best to share it with your finance committee as early as possible.
Right. And again, if you're using your monthly board meeting the way that you should use it, all of that information has been given to your trustees on a monthly basis. So they know, if they see that it's September and your book budget is down to 0 already, or it's December and you have no money left for heating oil for the rest of the winter, that should not come as a surprise because they've seen it in your reports.
We do have one more question. I see in the chat
Okay.
for Pat and Pat.
Sorry.
God bless. Do you have a recommendation for a consultant to do a strategic plan?
We are not using a consultant. We are doing the plan ourselves. We are a small library, so we are not using a consultant. No, and normally as a matter of routine, NJLTA doesn't usually recommend any professional services. I would say if you really feel that that's something you want to do, I would ask the other directors in your area if they've used somebody in the past that they were happy with and take it from there.
Oh, just full disclosure, I'm working with a group that does some strategic planning, but we're not pushing anybody, but we've worked with some others. But I think Pat's comment is best, that you should talk to others who have been involved with strategic planning recently and ask for their experience in that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. Well, I think that concludes all the questions. I don't see anything else.
There's a couple of things in the chat, Michelle.
Okay. Do you want to? Do you see them? I only see the one about.
Let's
well,
see.
Heidi's talking about their mask policy. So you can
okay.
see what that was about.
Okay.
Implemented April 2020
Right.
and incorporated into our rules of conduct.
Yeah, and I think right now a lot of boards, my own included, are at this month's meeting looking at our mask policy, because we still do require masks in our library, but our community has dropped many of the mask requirements. So, that's going to be a discussion for our board at this month's meeting, whether we are going to keep our requirement or drop it. And again, if everybody else has dropped it, not that you cannot still require it, but you better communicate to your public why it is that you still have the mask requirement.
Okay. Well, Pat and Pat, thank you so much for
All
joining
right.
us today at
Thank
New
you.
Directors Orientation.
Yes, thank you very
Great
much. And
presentation.
Yep.
good luck
Thanks for
to
coming.
all the directors. Good luck.
Absolutely.
We
Great.
hope to see you actually someday.
And
We
encourage
hope
the
so,
trustees to come to our programs that we're having. We're having 2 trustee orientations next week, so encourage them.
Good.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name's Tiffany McCleary, and I'm the Director of Marketing, Communications, and Outreach for the New Jersey State Library. And today, we'll be talking about marketing and PR at your library. So just to give a quick agenda, we'll be covering developing a plan, media relations, social media, looking at some real life examples, your website, and then of course, crisis communications. We could not talk about marketing and PR without going over crisis communications, especially in light of where we are in the world today. So before I launch right into my presentation, I just wanted to introduce everyone to the Communications, Marketing, and Outreach Office. You already got a glimpse of Julia Giantomasi. She's actually our new public relations and news media contact at the New Jersey State Library. And then we also have Anthony Scavino, who you may have interacted with in the past for our website. So he's actually our graphic designer and webmaster. So let's jump right in. The first thing I wanted to do is just define some terms, because I think we all kind of look at marketing and PR, advertising and social media in different ways. So let's just set the stage really quick. Marketing essentially is the way that you're communicating your value. So how are you talking about everything that your library has to offer And really, what's in it for your customer? That's what marketing is all about. Communicating the value that you bring to your customers, your constituents, and the public at large. Public relations, on the other hand, is more about building mutually beneficial relationships between organizations and their publics. So an easy way to look at this would be, for example, you can look at public relations sort of like a bridge, and public relations professionals are bridge builders. That's the way I like to look at it. So as we build these bridges, we're really connecting the organization to the customer, the constituents, and the public at large. And then advertising, which, you know, we really don't even like to talk about to begin with, because obviously there isn't always money available for advertising. But essentially, advertising is the messages that you pay for others to distribute on your behalf. And advertisements are intended to inform and influence the people who are receiving those messages. So it's definitely a pay to play environment when it comes to advertising. And then social media, which we love, is typically used for social interaction and providing access to news and information. And the reason why social media really just blew up, especially even now during COVID, is because you know, it's either free or very low cost to use and navigate, and it gives an organization global access to people. So you will be able to expand your reach beyond your community. And it just really provides a low cost option for sharing, creating, and spreading information. So let's do a deep dive into the marketing plan. So number one, who are you? So I just mentioned to you that marketing is all about communicating your value. But when marketing your library, in addition to trying to get people to walk through your doors or attend your events, your ultimate goal is to really show your community why your library is necessary and how it benefits them. So naturally, the first step in achieving that is to take a close look at who you are and what you have to offer. And when you get your team together to figure this out, some good brainstorming questions would be, you know, what is the role that your library plays in the community? What services do you provide? Who are you serving? And what makes you stand out? Use some of those types of brainstorming questions to just get the conversation going internally, because you really want to get to the bottom of the message that you are trying to convey and communicate through all of the various tactics and strategies that you will put into place through your plan. Another part of this would be, you know, obviously making sure you have a firm mission statement, and then you want to take the time to really go through your organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, you know, your typical SWOT analysis. The next step is to take a closer look at your audience. So one way that we recommend doing this is by segmenting your audience. So breaking your users down into smaller groups, or we like to call them personas. And in all honesty, we think we know our customers, but you really can't assume what they already think or know about your library or what they need from you. So in order to better understand your audience, you really might need to conduct surveys, or you might just want to start having more conversations when they come into the library, just to really understand what they want, what they're looking for, what their needs are. And during this process, it's also going to be important to figure out, how are they getting their information? Where are they getting it from? And more importantly, if they're getting the correct information. So as you understand your audience better, and the ways that they're consuming your information, then you'll be able to start creating these user profiles or user personas that we're calling them, which will give you a full profile of the type of person that you're actually trying to communicate to or share your messages with. And these persona profiles help you to create targeted communications for specific audiences. And this is really important because, you know, you're moving away from just giving information and you're moving into an assessment of what the customer actually needs and then giving the information that is relevant to them. And that's really the sweet spot of marketing. I mean, sure, we can throw a bunch of things up against the wall and see what sticks, but it's really better to do this back-end research so that you can segment your communication. So for example, maybe you have a community of boomers who are coming into your library and they want to enhance their tech skills. Or maybe you have a large community of parents who might be looking for, you know, adult reading groups, or maybe even information for their children. You need to figure that out so that you can segment your communications and target your communications to those specific audiences. Next is the objectives and strategies. So now this is like the meat and potatoes of your plan. And before you can even set your goals and set your strategies that will get you there, you really want to take the time to understand the foundation that you're building on. And this is where we start setting baselines. And finding and setting your baselines will allow you to more accurately track your progress. You really don't know where you're going unless you know where you're starting. And your baseline is your starting point. So for example, you might want to take a look at how many visitors that you get to your website before you start tackling your website content. Or how many followers do you have on social media? Or what does that engagement look like? What are the metrics behind your social media before you start trying to implement new social media strategies? On average, how many people are showing up to your events? You want to take a look at that so you have a baseline, and then you can build out your tools, your tactics, your strategies to try to increase those numbers. You always want to clearly define where you're starting before you try to tackle hitting those goals and objectives. And another important aspect that you want to take a look at when you're putting together your marketing plan is timelines. You really need to make sure that you establish timeframes for meeting your objectives. So as I mentioned, the goal is to either maintain where you are. Maybe you look at your baselines and they're great and you just want to keep those baselines. That's okay. Or maybe you look at your baselines and you realize, okay, we have some work to do. We want to build, we want to grow, we want to expand. So the key is you never want to go backwards. And we know now that we are in this world of COVID that life happens, numbers drop. There's no way to predict the future. There's no way to control everything. So understand that, you know, there will be peaks and valleys on your marketing journey, and that's okay. But the key is to track where you are so that you know where to focus your attention. You know, we're all operating on a shoestring budget. And the last thing that you want to do is waste time and resources and energy. So it's all about really knowing where your focus and where your attention should be. When you set timeframes to meet your objectives, now your plan can really start to come to life because you're setting a timeline of tasks to be completed. And this will help you with organizing, and it'll also hold you accountable, because ultimately the goal is to create a plan that you can actually bring to life in the real world. We don't want to create a plan that maybe we print out and file, or a document that we share and forget about. We want this to be a living and a breathing plan that you're adjusting as you go along. Next, the dirty word, budget. I know a lot of directors cringe at that word, and it really doesn't matter what industry you're in. I'm a communications director, and I cringe whenever someone asks me what my, as a matter of fact, yesterday I was in a meeting and I was asked what my budget was, and I was kind of like, So even though we shy away from the word budget, when it comes to marketing, it's definitely something that we have to consider and something that we have to incorporate into our planning. And it really just comes down to money and people. So how much of your budget can you allocate towards marketing? How many staff members do you have? Are volunteers available that could possibly step in to help you out for free? And what tools do you need? And do these tools come at a cost? And then another thing to consider, if you have the luxury and the opportunity, is that you might need to consult some expertise from an outside vendor. And, you know, when you're thinking about website development, search engine optimization, graphic design, video production, those types of tactics oftentimes do require insight from a professional in the field. So you'll definitely want to take a look and see if you either have that expertise on staff, or if you have some marketing dollars that you can allocate towards those practices. Now, on the other hand, perhaps maybe there's a college or university nearby and you can tap into the student body and perhaps maybe get some interns to help out. Social media is a great area where you can get help from interns, and they might be able to do it for college credit. Graphic design is another area that you can get the help of a student to produce some really great content for you, maybe for a small stipend or just college credit. At the state library, I've actually employed several marketing and communications interns, and they were able to receive college credit. So definitely something to consider. And then last, but certainly not least, will be your tracking. So tracking is another area that I feel like we kind of shy away from, because it's like you've put all of the work into your campaign, and this is like the last thing that you just honestly don't feel like doing. But I just want to pause here, and I really want to encourage you to take your tracking seriously, because it is important. And it's a key way to measure your success. And like I said earlier, the last thing that you want to do is waste your time in an area that is not giving you a return on your investment. And, you know, we often spin our wheels in place, and this can really be avoided. If you're tracking what you're doing and measuring your success along the way, you'll have a better view of what's working and what's not working. And this section of your plan can honestly be brief. You don't have to really go too deep into the weeds with this. But at the very least, you should specify a few things that you'll be tracking, and then you'll need to include in your plan how to track it, and then also how often you'll be measuring. So for example, let's just say you want to increase registrations for your events, and you employ a variety of marketing vehicles to spread the word about your events. So on the back end, you're going to want to go back to each of those vehicles to see how well they performed. And now that we're in this digital world of marketing and communications and outreach, it's actually really easy to find these metrics. So let's just say you posted a link to your event registration page on social media. Well, Facebook, for example, you can go right into Facebook and easily pull those metrics, and you'll know exactly how many people clicked on that link. If you sent out an email blast, let's just say you used a distribution service like Constant Contact or MailChimp or some other service. Most of these services, if not all of them, have a tracking mechanism built into them. So once your email is sent, you'll be able to see exactly how many people clicked on the link. When we used to hold in-person events at the New Jersey State Library, we actually would literally just sit out a piece of paper as a sign-in sheet, and we included a box where people could let us know how they found out about the event, because we wanted to know, were they reading about it in the paper? Was it, from our press release? Was it from the website? Was it from our newsletter? We wanted to understand where they were getting the information from. And if we saw that there was a vehicle that really, no one ever said that they were hearing about our event through that vehicle, we could stop doing it. And we could stop wasting time, effort, energy, and resources in that area. So, this is just really important to, if you want to increase, if you want to grow, if you want to expand, you'll need to know what's working and what's not. And I might sound like a broken record here, but that's really the driving point. And setting these parameters will hold you to following through on a results-driven plan, and checking in on these metrics will allow you to reassess at a certain point if you need to change gears in your strategy in order to create better results. And I just included a graphic here. We've all heard of SMART goals. So make sure you're being specific, make sure it's measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Here are just some examples of marketing, communications, and public relations strategies. And let me assure you, this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. So it's going to be key for you to figure out what works best within your community and what works best for your staff, what works best for your library. During the COVID quarantine, when our library building was closed, my team had to reassess the work that we were doing. And we looked at all of the tools and the tactics that we were using, and we found that people had changed the way that they were consuming our information. So we found that email marketing and social media were our sweet spot. So during that time, that's what we did. We stuck with that and it worked. And now we're slowly migrating, other tools and tactics back into our program. But again, just figure out what works best for you. And I always say, don't just do it just to do it. Make sure that it works. Now, I just want to take a few moments to kind of talk about the difference between media relations and public relations, because I've personally found in my own organization that there's a little bit of confusion between the two. I often get asked for a press release when a person really needs an email blast or a social media post. So let's just take a moment to clarify this point. Media relations focuses on communicating specifically with reporters, journalists, and news outlets. And then public relations, on the other hand, is basically communicating with everyone else. That's the long and the short of it. The two go hand in hand, but they are very distinct and different, and we have to approach them in different ways. So even though you'll very likely be communicating the same messages, you will be doing so in different ways. So for example, with media relations, you're working to prepare communications that make a reporter's job easier. That's the goal. You're trying to make their job as easy as possible. And then with your public relations, you're working to create communications that are as palatable and digestible as possible for your various audiences, your customers, your constituents, the public at large. You're figuring out, how do I create messages that resonate, that are meaningful, that a person is going to respond to? And that's really the big difference. So we've spent a lot of time talking about how we communicate with customers, but let's look at how we communicate with the media. So as I mentioned earlier, in a similar way that knowing your audience helps you to create better marketing strategies, knowing your local reporters will be the key to better media relations. And I've included on this slide some do's and don'ts that you can, read through. I won't take the time to go through all of them. But my best advice here is to find out who your local reporters are, and then pay attention to what they're covering. What are they writing about? And understand that they may not always cover your news, but the larger goal is to build a relationship. That's what your media relations is about, building a relationship over time so that when you really do need them to cover a story, they'll be more likely. And trust me, when you reach out to them with timely, relevant information, they will remember you and they'll start reaching out to you for information. And the best way to maintain these relationships, again, is to just keep track of their most recent articles, follow them on social media, and just pay attention to what they're posting about, because that will help you to gauge the topics that they're covering and whether or not your news fits into those stories that they're writing about. And then when the opportunity strikes, drop them a line, give them a phone call, and pitch your story. There are some really robust databases out there that provide contact information, like Cision, for example, but they do come at a hefty price tag. So my recommendation is to just do a little bit of research. I would, first of all, start with the news desk at your local news station. Reach out to the managing editor. That's something that I learned early on in my career when I worked for a PR agency. You always want to speak to the managing editor because they're the ones who are assigning the stories and they know who is working on what. So you'll have your best success in narrowing down the right contacts if you speak to them. And it just might take, a few phone calls, a few emails, but you'll be able to locate the right people. And then over time, just build those relationships. And then another way to, maintain and build these relationships over time would be by being a subject matter expert or a resource for them and providing unique data and insight for the stories that they're working on. This will ensure that your brand and your team is looked at as a resource, as a trusted source of information to your local media outlets. And, you might get calls from time to time that are completely unrelated to your library. But if you fulfill those requests quickly so that they can meet their deadlines, you will become fast friends. And any good reporter is going to attribute your library as the source for the data and information and insight that you shared with them. So it's basically a win-win for you. You're going to get good PR out of it, even if it has nothing to do with your library. And then again, down the road, when you have your own news to share, the reporter that you helped out will be more willing to listen to your pitch. And if it isn't something that's relevant for them, they'll be likely to possibly share it with one of their colleagues who might end up covering the story. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about social media. So now I'm actually about to share something personal with you all. So these are actually screenshots from my personal Twitter account. And I just want to point out the first box here where you can see, first of all, I joined Twitter in August of 2021. So I was a very, very, very late adopter of Twitter. You know, it's funny, I just turned 40. Technically, I'm a millennial, but I don't necessarily identify. I'm maybe more of like a Gen Xer. My social media behavior in my personal life might even, you know, be like more like my parents who are barely active. Maybe it might seem kind of weird coming from a communications professional, but for me, my professional life is so consumed with it that in my personal life, I just don't really invest a lot of time in social media. But anyway, I decided to start this Twitter account because number one, I'm a reality TV junkie. So I watch like all the worst TV in the world. And I wanted to join in on the conversations that were happening. And then also my daughter, she just started her freshman year in high school. She plays basketball, and Twitter is like the #1 recruiting tool for college sports. So I wanted to be able to, you know, check out her highlights and track what was going on there. So you can see from my bio, I'm a proud basketball mom and a reality TV junkie. But how on earth is it possible that my anonymous account with, you know, virtually no followers, I really don't follow anyone. And to be honest, I really don't want anyone to follow me. Like those follows that I have were honestly by accident. But how is it possible that I have achieved viral tweets? You can see, you know, the one on the top row in the middle, over 2,600 likes, 287 retweets, 101 people reached out to me to make a comment. How is that possible? Well, it's the power of hashtags. And that's really what I wanted to touch on with this slide. Hashtags, if used correctly, can increase your content visibility beyond your followers. I mean, here's your proof. I literally have 11 followers. So how is it possible that I was able to achieve those results by making just a silly comment on a TV show that I watch? Well, a lot of other people were following those hashtags and they agreed with what I said and they wanted to engage with me. And the same thing can happen with your library, because a hashtag isn't just, you know, the # symbol with a phrase or a word that you make up. A lot of times we will just try to create our own hashtags, and that's really not effective because no one else is using that hashtag. So what's the point of creating your own hashtag that basically no one is going to look at or engage with? You want to figure out the hashtags that are relevant to, you know, your messages and to your content. And then you want to capitalize on the attention that those hashtags are already receiving. And the good news about hashtags is they're no longer just limited to Twitter. So you can pretty much go to any social network and you'll be able to utilize this strategy. And a quick stat just to throw out there, tweets with hashtags receive twice as much engagement and 55% more retweets and shares. So when you're posting on social media, do not neglect using hashtags. You're going to definitely want to do that research and get creative. I have an example here of another way that we, well, not another way because that was my personal way, but a way that at the New Jersey State Library, we were able to utilize hashtags to achieve success. This particular post is from Facebook, and this is actually a campaign that we've been running for years. This campaign started on Instagram, and recently within the past year, we've moved it over to Facebook as well, because we just saw so much success on Instagram, and we figured, you know, why limit it there? But essentially, we're capitalizing on the Throwback Thursday hashtag, and we're taking old black and white photos and postcards that we're pulling from our Jerseyana collection. We're doing a text overlay with like a clever quote, and we are adding branding. We're tagging people. So if the library that's featured has a Facebook or an Instagram account, we're tagging them, and then we're throwing in a bunch of hashtags. And as you can see, so this particular post on our end received 23 likes, but if you look at the metrics, it actually received 109 likes, comments, and shares because it was shared 10 times. And the reason why I believe it was shared 10 times, first of all, I think because it's just something fun that people are interested in, but also I believe the hashtags played a role. And as you can see, this particular post performed 9 times better than some of our other content that we posted within a 21-day period. So this is just an example of a great use of hashtags and the shares that resulted, and we were able to expand our reach far beyond our following. So another example here, this is actually taken from our Instagram account, is the use of national holidays or, you know, national fun days that are trending that everyone's using. You know, Dewey Decimal System Day, Take Your Child to the Library Day, Blindness Awareness Month. We utilize the hashtags once again, and then we tag important players to try to drum up more visibility. So let's just use the Blindness Awareness Month post, for example, the post on the right. Recently, Governor Murphy declared that October is Blindness Awareness Month. So a few things here. Number one, this taps into our Talking Book and Braille Center. So this is definitely a message that we care about. But then to take it a step further, we gave a shout out to one of our partners, the Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired. And then we also were sure to tag Governor Murphy. And doing that, we're not just focusing on ourselves, but we're kind of spreading the wealth and making a post that we hope that others will be more likely to engage with. And it's really simple. Anyone can do this. All you need is an image, a blurb, and a few hashtags, and maybe a few mentions. Here's another Instagram example, but this is actually something that we do across the board on all of our channels. This is the way that we promote our events. So because our events are all virtual now at the New Jersey State Library, it's actually given us the ability to share the event virtually with our audience. So we're able to take recordings, post them to our YouTube channel, and then share them. So the way that we promote this is prior to the event, we'll put a post up, you know, through all of our channels, just letting everyone know about the date, the time, etc. And then after the event, you can see the little press play icon that's in the center of the post on the right. That's actually a video snippet that we posted after the event. So we give a little teaser of what happened during the event, and then we drive traffic over to our YouTube channel where they can actually watch the full event, the full recording. So, you know, this is just a great way to promote before and after your event, but then you might want to take it a step further. Another thing that we do after an event is we blog about it. So our events coordinator at the State Library typically will post a recap blog post so that people who maybe weren't able to attend the event, they're able to read about it afterwards. And this is really a great way to keep people engaged and get them excited about the next event. And because of this consistency pre and post event, we have gained a very loyal following for our events. We let them know the event is coming by posting to our events calendar and on our website. We share information via our newsletter. We tease out information about the upcoming event on social media. And then after the event, we share snippets of the recording. We pull them over to YouTube for the full recording. And then we also have the recap in a blog post. So it's like a full cycle, a full circle of communication. And this level of communication is something that our customers have come to expect and appreciate from us. A few quick tips before we move on. Be consistent. If the last thing that you posted on social media was 3 months ago, if someone actually does take the time to go to your page, they may not want to follow because they think that your content is outdated. So even if you can only post once a day, just try to find a consistent pattern for posting your information. And then when you're able to, maybe sprinkle in some additional content. A few more stats here. Posts with images or videos receive 94% more views. And live videos earn 6 times more engagement than pre-recorded videos. So you might even want to consider live streaming your high-profile events. Your library website. I don't even have time to scratch the surface on the website, which is why I'm thrilled to let you know, if you don't already know and if you haven't already taken the boot camp, that we have a boot camp for this. Andrea Lewandowski from our Lifelong Learning Unit spearheaded an initiative called the Build a Better Library Website Boot Camp, which is an online training program designed to help libraries improve the overall look and function of their websites. It includes self-guided instruction, tools, and support, and the training program is available for free through WebJunction. So there it is. If you are having issues with your website, check out this boot camp. I will say that my staff have taken the boot camp. They enjoyed it. And in fact, Julia, our PR person, she blogs about it. We do have a marketing blog on our website. And after she took each segment of the training, she wrote a blog post about it. And I think she might be about halfway through with the boot camp. So if you go to the marketing blog, you'll be able to read some of those posts just to give you an idea of what the training is like. And on the screen is also the link so that you can go to our webpage and find out more information. And the last piece that I want to discuss here is crisis communication. And if COVID has taught us anything, we must be prepared for anything. Select your senior level communications people, conduct spokesperson training periodically, and don't forget about your employees. We tend to focus on the external communication, but in times of crisis, internal communication is probably even more important, because your employees, whether you like it or not, and whether you want them to be or not, they end up being your PR representatives and crisis managers on behalf of your organization. So it is up to you to ensure that they receive the messages that you want them to repeat elsewhere. Because let's face it, they're going to get questions. You want to make sure that your employees are equipped and that they have the right messages. And this will ensure that there is no miscommunication, or you can at least mitigate that risk as much as possible. Another thing that you want to be prepared for is making a statement. And obviously you can't have, pre-prepared messages and communications ready for a crisis that hasn't even happened yet. But what you can establish are holding messages or holding statements. So these are just like those quick messages that you send out so that you can just kind of tell everyone, okay, relax, we're working on it, we're aware, we've got it covered, we'll come back to you with more information. So I put on the screen 3 examples of holding statements that you might want to consider adopting, or having something similar on hand so that you can immediately respond and then take the time to really develop and craft your messages without people wondering what's going on. My advice here is keep it simple, stick to the facts. Over-explaining can make things worse. It can lead to, misspeaking, miscommunication, misinformation. You really want to take the time to press pause and get all of your ducks in a row. And then once you've made it over the hump, once the smoke has cleared, you want to take the time to do a formal analysis of what was done right, what was done wrong, what could be done better next time, and how to improve the various elements of your crisis preparedness. This is a must-do activity for any crisis communications team. And I will leave you with this. Make sure that you are on our NJ PubLib's email distribution list. This is a list that is only for library directors. We recently migrated from the listserv over to Constant Contact. So if you've had any issues there, feel free to reach out to me, reach out to my team, reach out to Bob Keith or Michelle. Actually, I'm sorry, or Kathleen Pfeiffer. She is involved with that. And then make sure you're subscribed to our weekly newsletter, NJSL Direct. Now that newsletter goes out every Monday, and it's geared towards the library community at large. So we send it to library directors and staff all across the state. So make sure you're plugged in there. You can easily sign up through our website. Check out our marketing blog. Julia does an awesome job blogging. She keeps the content fresh and up to date. She's always, checking to see what's trending and what's hot in the land of communications, marketing, and PR. So definitely follow the blog for tips and tricks. And then feel free to email us directly. And I highly recommend that you use our marketing@njstatelib.org email address, because that ensures that all 3 of us get the message. So if you just send something to me or Julia or Anthony, you run the risk of maybe us being out of the office or something slipping through the cracks. But if you send it to this email, all 3 of us will get it. So the chances of your email getting lost are very slim. And lastly, follow us on social media. Thank you everyone for your time. And if there's questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Tiffany. There is a question I'm going to read to you. Mary Grace asks, I have a question about the hashtag, like the hashtag snapshot library day, for example. Is there a LibGuide for libraries, New Jersey libraries in particular, that would benefit our impact to reach more people?
I don't believe there is, but I think that's something that we could probably create. That's actually a really great idea. Typically, our State Library Information Center staff handles all of the LibGuides, so I've actually never created one. But I certainly would be open to creating one around, hashtags or any other marketing topic. So definitely shoot us an email with your ideas, and we'd be more than happy to try to put something together.
Okay, that's it. So thank you very much, Tiffany. That was a lot of great information, and enjoy the rest of your day. And right now, I think we've got about 10 minutes or so before we start our last program of the day. So everybody can get up and stretch, and we'll start again at 2:45. Thanks everyone for joining us for the last presentation of the day, which is going to be the most fun, I think. And that's why we saved it toward the end. This one is called Creative Community Partnerships. And I'm joined today by James Keebler, who's the director of the Hunterdon County Library System, Laverne Mann, who's been the director of the Cherry Hill Public Library since 2013. And she is currently on the NJLA Executive Board and was a former Library Journal mover and shaker in 2009. And then finally, because she's going first, Radwa Ali, the director of the Roxbury Public Library. And we wanted to do this session just because libraries need to be so involved with their communities through programming. We wanted to give you some ideas of creative partnerships, hopefully that will inspire you to go out into your community and create programming on your own. So I'm going to just throw it over to Radwa at this point, and thank you, all three of you, for joining us at New Directors today.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to start today, and I'm going to give you a heads up. I've gone a little bit rogue. I will be talking a little bit about actual partnerships, but I think it's really important to talk because, if you're here and you're a new director, and there's a few things you need to do even before you begin those partnerships, and those things take time. And so I'm just going to give you a few tips. All right, a few tips that you want to start now, if you haven't already begun, so that you can get to the point where you're able to easily start those great community partnerships. Number one is you want to infiltrate, okay? The polite term is embed, but I call it infiltration. You want to embed yourself, all right? And if you have the staff, them as well too, in as many local organizations as possible. Okay, you need to get involved and enthusiastically involved with your Rotary, with your Kiwanis, with your Chamber of Commerce, Arts Alliance, any local organization that you can get your hands on, get involved, become a member, go to their meetings, and be an enthusiastic member of that organization. It'll get you out of the building and in the community, which is really, really important. That's where people are, all right? B, visibility matters. The people that come into your building to check out your books, attend your programs, they're a tiny, tiny slice of your community. I don't care how active you think your library is and how great its attendance or door count or circulation. It's the same story in just about every town, with a few very, very rare exceptions. But more people do not actively use the library than the people that do. Okay, more people haven't set foot in or even thought about the library in the last 2 years than those that have. So by personally getting out in the community and participating with those different organizations, you're going to improve those odds. You're going to meet the people who fall in that category, and you're going to slowly, painfully slowly at times, but you will slowly evolve their thinking about the public library. This takes years, but it's really important to start now, okay? And finally, C, when you surround yourself with these folks from all these different organizations, most of whom, again, probably are not library users, you're going to listen, okay? You're going to learn about the issues that they're facing, the problems they're trying to solve, the things that they're passionate about. And as you listen and as you learn, you'll discover ways that the library can help that they would never in a million years have dreamt up, okay? If you do this consistently, passionately, your library will be part of the solution to whatever problems come up. Okay, your library will not be an afterthought anymore. You'll create new synapses in people's brains that light up with happy thoughts when, blank public library comes up in conversation. Okay, you'll create new synapses that jump to that people will think of you when they think of a problem that needs to be solved. Okay, it is wonderful. It's wonderful and something to celebrate when a council member, a Rotarian, a Scout leader, anyone who is an active part of the fabric of the community, when they think of the library and something the library can do that could fix a problem that they're encountering, that's a win. That's a major win. And every time it happens, you should celebrate. Now, that's not going to happen unless you are out there, okay, in their face, in their own worlds, actively building those connections and those relationships. Okay. The second tip I have for you is ask not what they can do for your library, but what your library can do for them. Okay. Working closely with community organizations pays off big time. If you do joint programming, say the Chamber of Commerce, and you get the benefit of their audience and their marketing engines. If you're an active member of the Rotary Club and you discover that the walls behind the bookshelves you just moved are not sheetrocked, true story, they'll round up 10 volunteers within the hour, go to Home Depot, get you what you need, and come back to the library to help fix your walls. Okay? However, those benefits are not going to happen until you build a considerable reservoir of social capital. You can't join the Rotary one day and ask for money the next. They might give it to you. Okay, they might. They might give it to you if you just show up once a year to ask for it, like they probably do with lots of organizations. But then all you're getting is money. You're not getting the passion. You're not getting the community. You're not getting the enthusiasm. Okay, those things cannot be had just by showing up only when you need something. You have to build social capital first. And you do that by being the most helpful, the most friendly, the most generous person. And of course, by extension, I mean your library is as well, because it's not just you. That you can possibly be. Offer your services all the time, okay? For example, you're sitting next to someone in a Rotary Club and they mention something about scanning a document. Take a moment and show them how to scan with their phone right then and there, and remind them that, hey, the library does tech classes, and that anytime they come to the library, ask for you personally and you will help them with whatever they need, okay? Volunteer to bring the portable projector and screen when someone mentions they can't be there next meeting. Okay, offer to help promote any function, fundraiser, whatever this club or that club is doing on your own social media pages. Nothing wrong with helping the Rotary Club, the Women's Club, the Chamber of Commerce in promoting their events. Okay, right? You want them to do the same for you, do it for them first. Volunteer to set up their Zoom meetings for their events when things happen. Okay. There are a lot of groups that don't have people in their membership that are savvy enough to do something as simple as that. We're all experts now in setting up Zoom stuff. Offer your services, do it for them, and do it happily. Okay. When your council person mentions they have a grandchild who loves books about trains or loves trains, send them a list of books that you recommend after you've talked with them. Okay. Personally, deliver a person's stack of holes when they mention they're going into surgery next week. Okay, these are all actual things that I have or a member of my staff has done with my blessing for our members of our community. Okay, note that almost everything that I mentioned is very, very personal. Okay, they're one-on-one, not some big, massive stuff, initiatives that we're talking about right now. They're one-on-one. None of this stuff would get written about in the local paper, okay? But you bet that those things will build you enormous social capital, because you directors are your library. When you personally do something like one of the things I just mentioned, it's not, oh, the librarian is so friendly and helpful. It's the library is so friendly and helpful. Like it or not, you are the ambassador for your library, and everything that you do will reflect on that library. This is both a curse, but also a blessing, because you can do a lot just by yourself that will have a direct impact on how your library appears to the public. When you instill that mentality in your employees, okay, when they see how you behave, when you run out of your office to help the person who asks you, asks for you by name, and you sit with them and show them whatever it is that they're asking about, your staff will follow suit or not. That's a whole other session that we're not getting into right now. Build and build and build that social capital. Every person, especially people outside the library's regulars, that everyone that you personally wow will become a library believer and will shout their love and appreciation of you and your library to everyone that they meet. Then you'll be in a position to ask for help. You'll be in a position where people and organizations come to you offering their services and their assistance because they know that you are generous and want to be generous in kind. Okay, you want to build that capital with everyone, but especially with key stakeholders. Okay, trustees, of course, are a given, but that's inward. Okay, you want to go outwards as well too. So good examples, council members, okay, your town manager, the finance department, okay, but really every township department you should be doing this with. DPW, okay, you want help moving big furniture around and doing stuff to have them come by, maintain good relationships with them. Okay, police officers, anyone who volunteers for the fire department, okay, Girl Scout moms and scout leaders, coaches in town, anyone that's a member of a Rotary Club, Chamber, Kiwanis, Arts Alliance, whatever it is. People that are members of various township boards like economic development, planning and zoning, environment, and so on, okay? Here's a tip. Lurk on your local tap into or whatever local site you guys have. Lurk on their Facebook page and read the comments for every single article that comes out, okay? Learn the names of the people that comment a lot. I mean, literally make a document somewhere and write their names in it and copy and paste their profile pictures from Facebook so that you can recognize their faces when you see them. And when you come into contact with them, give them your undivided attention, give them stellar, personal, helpful service. Do it again and again. Those people who comment on all the articles, who complain about everything, they're gonna love you, okay? They're gonna defend you publicly when you need it. When an article comes out in a local paper about the council's plan to spend, X amount of money on a turf field or whatever, and there's 100 negative comments about it, and then an article comes out about your library's plan to expand and not a single negative comment, okay? That's something that the council people are gonna notice, okay? You bet that they're watching, and they're gonna see that there's gonna be a political price to be paid if they publicly state anything but profound support for your plans, okay? And then the last tip I have for you regarding the community is hiring, okay? Wherever possible, hire local, okay? Especially frontline staff. While the director is the ambassador of the library outside its walls, your CERC people are the ambassadors within, okay? People that live in the community will be helping their neighbors and will be more likely to be at their best, most helpful and most friendly. Hire people. Okay, again, especially in circulation, but really any position that involves working with customers, you want people who get energized by being around others and helping others. You don't want people who feel drained after an hour at the circ desk. You want people who have more energy when they're around other people, okay? Because if they don't, this is going to translate into subpar customer service, and we don't want that. And then finally, do your best to hire people who are involved in the community, okay? The applicant who is an officer on their kid's school PTA and a member of the women's club and who coaches a sport is much more valuable to me than the applicant who may be more experienced on paper, but is not involved in the community, okay? Hiring the latter will get you a good staffer. Hiring the former will get you a good staffer who's also a direct link to multiple community organizations and a broader cross-section of your town. Okay, so I've done the different thing, and now I'm going to go into a little bit about some examples of what we've done in the past. So partnerships that we've done, collaborate with other people to help promote programs and library services. Working with partners has helped us reinforce the library as a community center, which is because we all want to do that with our communities, and has resulted in more people that are, again, outside of our walls or are not regular library users, but who may be members of the chamber, but who may be Rotarians, or who may be, you know, a Girl Scout or a Boy Scout leader or whatever. People who just say, oh, wow, the library does this, it's amazing. Okay, and now they're potential users or become users as a result. Okay, one thing that you can do, it's really, really easy, is something that we call Now Serving Roxbury. Okay, and it sounds fancy, but it's really not. It's just all it is, okay, is bringing together every local group that we could find, put them in a room, and have them present to each other and to anyone else that comes into the community to talk about their group, what they do, and what they need. Okay, in today's environment, where unfortunately a lot of these service organizations are losing members, or people are not, you know, people are not joining Rotary clubs like they used to, they're always looking for more people, and any opportunity to talk to the community will be a welcome one. All right, so we reached out to them. We had a 3-night process before COVID hit, but it actually would be a lot easier to do it virtually, to be honest with you. But we did it. We had 3 different nights, and each night had a different moderator, and they just would get up, do a presentation, talk about their organization, and talk to each other, right? Because you never know. The Rotary Club may not realize that, oh, this scout group is also doing a fundraiser that might actually work great if they work together on it. So it's just a great way. It solidifies our standing as the glue in the community, right? You connect groups to each other and of course the wider community, and you position the library as that ultimate connector, as that ultimate glue that holds everything together. All right, and this is just a list of the people, the different groups that we have presenting at this event. Very, very easy to replicate. It just involves reaching out to the community, bringing them in, and they'll be happy. They'll be thrilled to send someone or several someones and present. Okay. Another thing that we do is called Business Beyond Basics. And this is a partnership that we started with the Chamber of Commerce. And it's honestly, so basically what it is, it's a versus a 101 program, it's more like a 401 level programs. Okay. We do these business type things. I'll show you examples of them over here, like cryptocurrency and Shopify and SEO, and you know, how to use Google Apps to leverage your business, things that are really kind of more for a business person's or also a professional perspective. And what we do is it's technically a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. The work kind of tends to end up being on our shoulders. So, but luckily we've actually infiltrated. We have embedded a staff person in the Chamber of Commerce, and now she's actually on our board now. And they even awarded her the Business Person of the Year award back in 2020 because of how vital the library was to the Chamber of Commerce, basically surviving through the pandemic. So it's the regular library program that you're all familiar with. It's just a little bit of a higher level. We give it a logo, okay? The chamber, they'll post it to their marketing avenues. We do the same, all right? And it's part of this series, and it's just a regular library programs, a little bit higher level with a logo, with a partnership with them, and we get the benefit of that. And we make the chamber look good, all right? We make them look good, and they are so appreciative of that. And this is really important because the chamber is full of people that we go to when we're doing fundraisers. When the friends are doing fundraisers, or the foundation is doing fundraisers, we go to them for help. And because they see this in front of them all day long through the chamber, all right, they know how much we do versus if we did it on our own without their help, which we could do, but we get that benefit now from working with them. All right. And it's monthly right now that we're doing it. And it's great. Okay, so moving on, and yep, 401, blah, blah, blah. All right, next, something called Common Grounds. Common Grounds, we started immediately after the George Floyd incident. And it was, actually it happened when someone in the community reached out to the mayor and asked them, hey, what is Roxbury doing about this? What is Roxbury Township doing to talk about these issues and to deal with this? And the mayor, being on our board and a big supporter and advocate of the library and who's aware of what we've been doing up until then, sent it to me. He sent me the email, forwarded it to me and said, hey, the library, you know, our library is great. How can the library help with this? So we met with this individual and long story short, there's something called the Roxbury Coalition for Social Change came about that we now work with. It's a committee and we started a series called Common Grounds. And again, it's things that we would normally do anyway. We would normally do this kind of stuff. We would, bridging the political divide. We did something on race relations. We did something about women in the workplace and intergenerational people in the workplace. All kinds of things that we would normally have done anyway, but doing it in this context with a broader group of people that it's a committee, we talk about it, and every single one of them is now vested in it, right? Every single person on that committee is vested, will promote it personally. It's personal for them, not just for the library. Okay, and it gives it more gravitas when you do it like this. And that's been a really, really great thing. And this is, and it's the only thing really in our town that addresses this need, which makes us look great. And that's always fun. And here's some examples of what we've done. Okay. And again, in looking for partnerships, it's not about you. I mean, in the end, of course, it is about you, but you really want to make it be about who you're working with. Okay. What are your strengths and how can you leverage that to help these other people? Okay. How can your existing services help them? And if they're not going to help them, what can you do to meet their needs, to help solve their problems? Okay. How can you get your staff, with you being first, but your staff then, if you have them, all right, how can you get them outside your walls and embedded into all these different community organizations so that you can learn more about them and you can find ways to help them, and eventually it'll all come back and you will reap the rewards. Okay, how can you help everyone around you? And that's it for me, and thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, now what?
Now I remove the spotlight and at the gallery view. And who is next? James? Okay. James, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I
There
can.
you go. All right.
All right, thank you, everybody. I just want to talk about what Rodwood talked about too, is that like all this, I mean, it's all important work and resiliency and the business programs, but everything's advocacy. Like as a director, like your most important thing, well, budget, advocacy, recruiting people, but all this is advocacy. The people know you. You're the library. It's a great opportunity for staff to get engaged in different things, but it is advocacy. So, you know, some of the stuff I'll talk about, but it all comes out advocacy. If you're new in a community, there is no better way to do advocacy other than building relationships. You know, going to council meetings, that's one way, but having the people know you on a personal level and seeing that you're involved in these things is the way I do it. So let's move forward. So community resiliency is what we've based a lot of our outreach about. And why? Well, when the community is in need, you want to be one of the organizations that's there, right? And you want to be part of this solution, like Rod was said. So, you know, we get people, right? People come to our libraries when there's no power or there's been a storm, the internet's out, you know, and people are really hurting. So we know, we have the feedback of what people know. We should be part of that conversation, but many times we're not. We're an afterthought. And one of the things that I think we have to be careful about is like people may never ask us to help. And even if we go, you know, if I go to somebody in a storm, in a big storm like we just had with Lambertville and all that, and go, how can I help? They'll be like, I don't know. You know, it's like when a volunteer comes to you and go, I want to help the library. I'm like, yeah, I don't have time to think about how that can happen. But if we're having these relationships beforehand and knowing the need, and we're part of these conversations before the emergency, then we know how we can help. We know what people need because they come to the library. So we have a role to play in community resiliency even before we're asked. But it is relationships. You have to earn your spot at the table in many ways. So I find resiliency is really a positive way to be engaged, to serve the community as well, but also build these relationships. Part of it's in our strategic plan. You know, we kept looking at, unfortunately, there's more and more emergencies, right? There's the major storms. We thought, okay, we got that. We got snowstorms. We have, you know, and then a pandemic. And then it's like, after a time, you're like, I can't keep pretending I wasn't prepared for this. So we just said we need to be prepared, you know, and we need to figure out a way to be there for the community and go forward. It needs to be constant. So we created a committee. They meet monthly. They started really looking at, you know, beyond the internal stuff. The internal stuff's important, like emergency plans. We had a shelter in place plan, you know, get supplies, and that's important. But really the next step was looking outward, you know, like how are we going to be there for the community during these emergencies? How can we just instantly mesh with the organizations trying to help? And that part of the conversation has been very exciting. And that's gotten us a lot of connections, you know, that has helped. I'm still relatively new in Hunterdon, considering most people who work for county seat there 30 years. I'm here 4 years. But these type of connections have really, you know, made some steps forward. So like I said, there's these organizations like OEM, health department, they're doing stuff all the time. And if you go up to them and say, you know, we want to help, they might be like, how are you going to help? You know, like, I don't have time to think about that. So we started doing some programs, you know, we asked for their input, but just programs that show how we think we can help before emergencies. Around preparedness we've connected a lot. So, you know, I think we actually did this Piscataway too, to have kids make preparedness bags. So we got pillowcases by the hundreds, kids to decorate them. We give them lists. They can, you know, this also makes their family talk about it. We did a community day, which is highly visible. So we're looking as an organization that cares about the community, help and prepare our residents, and also showing we have a role. I mean, the library, people come to the library all the time. It's a comfortable place for people. We have that in our advantage. So we want to show that we're a partner that's accessible. Like if you put the same event at town hall, I don't know how many people are going to go. You know, I mean, at the library or the community day, you know, that's one of the roles that, you know, we have that social capital in a way. So we started doing these events. And then for the family, you know, preparedness plan, help people be prepared, keep people talking about it. We also brought some partners to these events that have been helpful. We also just started doing a scan your important documents day. That's one of the ones coming up too. We did have that in different languages, stuff like that. Just getting people to think about it and also show we're the place to come to. And we're prepared this time. So these are little events that started to show, you know, maybe what we could do, that we should be at the table. The staff got really engaged in this. If you want to look for, you know, staff and things that are really engaged around these type of events and programs are a good place to start. And blood drives. I'll go across state. If you can have a blood drive at your library, we used to do Piscataway all the time. It's a great event. These organizations are very organized. They usually take care of everything. It also brings a lot of people to your library that have not come to your library before. And it's a lot of community-oriented people. You know, if they're giving blood, it's a good opportunity to make connections with people. You can get partnerships. You can partner with an organization, but you want to do a blood drive together. And they'll like that a library is accessible versus like business or something. So you can get good partnerships around this. There's always a need for blood. You know, I always find blood drives are a good way to go forward and build these partnerships. So after that, we started to look, okay, where do we get these other connections with people? And there's these COADs or VOADs, and they're around the state. They're mostly county-based. But this is where groups come on a monthly or bi-monthly basis to talk about preparedness. And the groups here, you know, have a lot of social capital in Hunterdon County. Besides, you know, the health department, things like that, but the, you know, helpline, human services, FEMA, United Way is there all the time. the YMCA is there, though they're not listed on the slide. Red Cross. These are all people you want to be connected with. And this is where a lot of conversations go about what resources you have, what resources they have, how you can work together during emergencies. We send somebody this meeting every month. It's a great group of people. And this is one of the big things out there. I mean, this is like 15 groups right there you have connections with. You can reach out to, also it's grant opportunities, joint grant opportunities when you need partners for grants, when you need advice on how to apply. These are the groups with the connections, and you could build larger community-wide things, which we're really looking at. We want to be part of that community-wide discussion about how to, prepare our community and help during emergencies. And then there's a lot of commercial. This is a great gateway for commercial connections. We do these gateway baskets. Lowe's supplied a lot of stuff. We built this connection with Lowe's, so when we go for other events and other grants, things like that, it's an opportunity. Everybody wants to help the community. Everybody wants to be involved, help in crisis. So it's a way to open that door. And the Office of Emergency Management, they're likely busy. So my approach with them has been like, what do I know they need that they may not know they need or know how to get it? So very early in Hunterdon County, there's a digital divide for sure. It's largely rural, people are spread out. Certain parts of the county are still at DSL at best. So, I said it, I went OEM, I'm like, oh, what's the Wi-Fi thing? And I got like nothing. So then I just started saying, all right, well, I know they need Wi-Fi. Why am I asking? So, how can I provide Wi-Fi more? How can I make a map of the Wi-Fi spots available? How can I improve it across the county? We did this grant to provide electricity. We know people need electricity. So this is what we did through the Library Lincoln J, where solar powered canopy so people could provide electricity. This is something I'm going to bring out after we get the first one, try to get other partners to sponsor around the county so people have electricity. And once we started showing that this is the way we're thinking, then OEM started to come to our meetings. Health departments started coming to our meetings. They start to see like, oh, they're not going to do all the work. Like Rod would say, we're going to do a lot of the work. The library is going to do a lot of work, and it's their benefit. And we get invited to the meetings for all those groups now. So OEM's been great. They get us also supplies. They're also a source of funding. They can consult on all our grants. They consulted on this grant and the Wi-Fi grant. And they always need help. And it's like I said, build this relationship before the crisis, because once a crisis starts, they're too busy. They don't have time. And this is the Wi-Fi thing we're doing. We're doing high-speed Wi-Fi outdoor, all our library locations across the county as part of network. We also partner with Flemington Public Library to address this issue. We're also looking to do in the parks, have Wi-Fi in the parks. Because like I said, people in Hunterdon are spread out. And the internet goes down, they need some place within 5 miles to be able to access, connect with people through internet. So it's a priority. So we're trying to do this. We'll be signs across it, and it'll be our program. We did, the library did this, and the library, we put our mark on this, that, we're Wi-Fi where they're in need and things like that. We can put information out during emergencies at these locations, things like that. So, it's finding our spot at the table, but not waiting to be asked, because you may never be asked. Because a lot of people think the library thing is books and whatever, and they're like, okay, that's not great during emergencies. So, and then the health department, they come to all our meetings. They're available for training. They have all training resources, do all the grants. This is me, help with the I'm looking at my hair in that picture, but with the vaccine clinic. The vaccine clinic ran through Route 12, and they look for volunteers. So my staff and I volunteered, some of us. This was a warm day, somewhere about 15 degrees out in the snow, and you sit outside. But as far as meeting people in the county and making these connections, different volunteers, health department, like this is where, I jumped forward knowing everybody in the county probably 5 years, because you met these people, you pitched in, they saw the library there, they saw the library was helping out, and the library wants to be part of the solution. Like I said, we're standing out in really cold weather, really hot weather during these vaccine clinics for 7 hours a day and all that. But that type of advocacy, you can't buy, like those connections, the different departments, seeing the commissioners saw us there, they fed us well. And these different departments we worked with throughout this thing, we've met a lot more people in parks. We have those relationships. So if there are these opportunities to get involved and help out, even if it puts you somewhere uncomfortable for 7 hours a day for a while, it'll pay off in the end. So much of the wise, like, be prepared to help the community during times of crisis. Those people are, them. They need help. They're upset. They're disoriented. Anything you could do, and you want to be prepared. We don't want to be like every time it's like, all right, where are the power strips? It's like, why are we not prepared for emergencies more often? They're happening more often. We need to be proactive. We need to plan all the time. We need to have these partnerships so we can bring all these resources together. Building the relationships before the crisis, when they have time, when you can build them, you can prove yourself, be part of the conversation. Also take advantage of funding. There's funding around digital divide now. There's funding around preparedness. There's funding, health department funding. There's all these type of things now, and we can be there. We're part of the conversation. A lot of these things where they want to do programs, the library is a great place to have the programs. Our librarians are great for pulling information together, the information out there. One of the things during the pandemic, the health department's well intending, but them organizing information for the public to understand was beyond them. Like their flyers, they're all that. So we went through and we remade their flyers in some way that made informational sense, and we supplied it for them. They didn't ask, and they liked it, and they used it. So that's a role we definitely have, and just being part of the solution. Not sitting back and waiting to be asked, but having plans about what the community is going to need during these times. Help with FEMA forms. We go to FEMA trainings, these type of things. We spend a monthly basis thinking about how are we more prepared, what partnerships we have, what preparedness stuff we can do, and we look at it constantly. So it's worked well. And if you have any questions about this, or any director questions, I love talking to new directors or old directors about stuff, about anything. Email me, call me, whatever. Probably our conversations will be all over the place, but you might get something worthwhile out of it. But feel free to call anytime. And this has been a great program. And tomorrow I see Leah and Chris are talking about 2 really important topics. So this seems like a great program. Thank you.
Next week, actually.
Yes,
next Wednesday. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next. Yes.
So just to make sure everybody was aware that we're not going to be here tomorrow. Sorry about the sun on my face. So Laverne, you're next.
Hi, everyone. I can't see myself in the gallery. There we go. So I am Laverne Mann, and congratulations on being a new director or an old director during the trickiest and most difficult 2 years of anyone's life. So thank you, Michelle Stricker, Bob Keith, and the State Library for having me as part of this panel. I'll do my best to back clean up today. I know you've had a long day, but you'll hear me amplify some of the things Radwa and James mentioned. And this was new to me. So thank you, Radwa and James. I also added to my own to-do list with lots of ideas from yours. So creative community partnerships at Cherry Hill. Let me just set the stage. Cherry Hill is in Camden County. We're across the bridge from Philadelphia. We are a 74,000 population of 26 square miles. So we're large and diverse. We're the 14th largest municipality. We're the 11th largest school district and one of the 10 busiest libraries in the state. So on my cover page here, I have 2 of our partnerships that we've done recently. The Book It 5K, which I'll talk a little bit more about, which is both a fundraiser and an event. And also I take every opportunity to talk about the 501st NER and Deveron Base Rebel Legion. As a proud customer, this is where libraries led me to be part of these groups. We can come to your library in movie quality, free programming, costumes. So please reach out to these groups or to me. Also, I just want to say I'm going to focus a little on recent partnerships, but I also am going to focus a little on some of our diverse partnerships just to focus myself. So starting with some of the things we've done, depending on how your town is organized with the recreation department. So many of you probably do stories in parks. what we have done here is working with our recreation department. We have a lot of parks. The recreation department chooses where the park site will be. Our children's librarians go and do story times. Often the attendance is over 100 people, and they have groupies that follow them, family groupies that find new parks. The parks love it, but also that it brings attendance and new people to us. Also, if your township has events, like ours has an enormous number of events, table at them. Find the staffing to do it, because you're going to meet, as Rodwa said, what's happening is there's lots of people outside your building. You may see your regulars, but we table at our Earth Fest, our Harvest Fest, concerts. Juneteenth was a new event, and the book it that I just mentioned. So I had wanted to be involved. I have a runner husband, so I go to many races and ran some myself, but the township gets the sponsors. They have the run timing company, but it starts and finishes at the library. And we get $5 from every participant. Last year, $1,000 and $1,042 we got just from that event. The township also has, if yours may, a senior representative for the issues of seniors. Of course, there's a lot of crossover here with libraries. We speak at their events. We share what programming we have. It's a great partnership. And we also established 3 little free libraries in 3 of the different parks. We had 2 local artists create 2 of them. And one is our teen tab group who did the artwork. And we have volunteers and staff that fill them. So look to see what recreation is doing and be a part of it. And often, like what James said, they will not ask you. Like often you have to chase. So that can be something that, you as director can start the relationships for your staff, and either you finish them or them. So the CHACA, the Cherry Hill African American Civic Association. Cherry Hill's an older town with a lot of civic associations still. And one of the things we do with them is they have a yearly poster, essay, and video contest. The photo here is of a young girl who had done a poster. She did a presentation about Philadanco, which is a Philadelphia dance company. And the founder came, and it was very exciting. But we are the host site, the collection site. We provide judges. These are kids that win money, actually, and certificate are recognized at the Board of Ed. They also do a artist and authors event, and we offer them space. We do charge for space here at Cherry Hill, and offering free space for the conference center has been invaluable for events with partners. Here's another one, or several. Cherry Hill has become increasingly diverse. There's 69 native languages in our schools. It's now 57% white, but 18% Asian and rising, 13% Latino, 8% African American. It's really important for us to represent those groups. So the EWICE, the East-West Intercultural Exchange, they help new immigrants and refugees. So we partner with them, we offer them space. We have a huge ESOL. Yes, ours is called ESOL because our tutors and students often speak many languages, and they don't want it to be English centered. So they don't want it to be ESL. ESOL is English for speakers of other languages. And citizenship classes, we share information between the groups. We may partner soon on a grant, and we refer lots of patrons that need their services. The other thing is, don't underestimate the power of your website. Our website has lots of resource guides, and we add all of these organizations to our resource guides, and they're always very happy to have them amplified because we will get a lot more people to our website than theirs. The Chinese schools are just like what you may know of like a Hebrew school, their culture and language. And we've had huge pre-COVID Chinese New Year events, like nearly probably getting quite honestly past fire code. But so many dancers, so many people came from the community for those. The mayor came, and the mayor, there's a tradition to give the oldest person in the room like a red envelope with cash. And we got a credit card, a gift card, and that was a wonderful moment. But another thing we did with the Chinese schools is we did a subset of Chinese Maker Day. So think about your own community and maybe target a community, a cultural group. So we had art and we had instruments and we had mahjong and we had food, and our Chinese Maker Day was a wonderful event. Next. LGBTQ plus, I will happy to say that Cherry Hill has been hosting a variety of June Pride Month events and displays for as long as I've been here. We often partner with Garden State Equality. Here's two of the recent programs we had with them, LGBT 101, How to Be an Ally, and the Trans Experience. We also hosted the very first drag queen in story time in the suburbs, which was very important, not without its controversy. See me to talk about that at another time, but clearly important. We have rainbow story times, speakers, and movies during that Pride Month, and just continually put that on our calendar, but also not just during Pride Month, as we always say. The Center for Family Services has an LGBTQ group for teens, and we offered space for them to meet here. So these are teens that maybe they're dropped off, maybe they come on the bus, but if they're family, they're not saying we're going to this group. If they're maybe not out to their family or not comfortable with saying where they're going, they can just say, I'm going to the library. Here's another one that has come to bear in the last few years. We have been the site to host many rallies. After the spa shootings and hate crimes in Georgia, we helped the Asian American Alliance as part of a Stop Anti-Asian Hate rally and a march that left from the library. We know how to do these things. We're used to doing events. They were so thrilled for someone that could help them organize the speakers and the AV. You can see in the background of my photo there, we of course made sure the library, it was at our library, but we also tabled and made sure we were at the center of it. I was really proud to host this year, a humongous turnout, but also the speakers, they made me cry, especially the students with their stories. And one of many Black Lives Matter protests, we hosted a rally. Our police department, our schools, our mayor, and our council were there. So, don't be left out when these large things are happening in your community. Get your library involved. And a simple thing to do that most of you probably do are collection drives. Ours were, indoor, drop things off. But during COVID, one of our ones I've been working with Distributing Dignity for many years are for feminine hygiene products. And they did a drive-up drop-off, and I wasn't sure if many people would do it. They got a huge amount of donations. People are very generous. And people love pets. We've had two with our Voorhees Animal Orphanage, and you can see here, there were so many donations, they had to bring their big van. So great partnerships with these organizations. We've done many prior to COVID and will continue. So if you've got a lobby, if you've got a box, do a collection drive. This is where we keep hitting on the go to them. Our mayor's office, this is the advocacy. It's not just the mayors, but it's your mayor, your council, your local legislators. What are their priorities? What are their issues? Find a way to meet those issues for them. Here in Cherry Hill, there's a human relations advisory committee. And so I pushed the mayor's office to have a librarian sit on that committee. We can share our resources. We share our programs. We're doing a lot of the things, but often they don't think of us. So having a librarian sit on that committee, they host interfaith events. Our librarian marched in the Juneteenth parade last year, was part of the township event. They also are going to have a business council, and that we're hoping to add a librarian to that. So find out what committees and councils, what are their priorities? This is where the rubber meets the road. Our town has many council members very involved in the green team and sustainability issues. So we send them, we've updated our website. Here's our sustainability page. And those sort of things we get a lot of positive feedback for. So here's like my ladder of how to grow your partnerships. The easiest thing, post a flyer. If you have a lobby like board, a bulletin board, have a bulletin board policy though. And if you don't have one, you can ask me for mine or borrow one, but have one. Post a flyer for an organization. Have copies of their handouts. Do you have a little table in the lobby? Our children's department went so far to buy a display because there's so many community information things on autism and suicide and family things that it's now this entire community information display that they do. You can offer space to community organizations. You can have them have a lobby table. Never ignore the power of your webpage. Radwa mentioned like her tap into your digital partners, those local Facebook groups, you better know what's happening in there. The next door page, tag organizations. Like when we're having trouble or we want to amplify an event, like when we were doing Garden State Equality, we tag every group locally that could be interested. You can partner with people on programs, and then that can lead to grant cooperation. And I will tell you as a director, and if you've been in any field, you know, you have to have partners and they are looking for your partnerships in these grants, and some it's absolutely required. So these are many words here. I don't know if these will be shared with you after, but I'd asked my adult services and youth services just in 2020 and 2021, where, you know, our buildings were closed a lot in 2020, some of the partnerships they do. I won't go through all of them, of course, but things like the LEAP classes for Talking Book and Braille, lots of mental health, Barking Book Buddies. Ours is through Tri-State Canine, all great partnerships that bring wonderful programming and partners. So here's my information. Like everyone else, I will certainly talk with anyone. You can email me or call me. And to follow up kind of on something Radwa said, I know at the NJLA conference, there is actually a session called Get Out of Your Building. So it's primarily about outreach, but I think we all know that, you know, just drawing people to your building is a one part of your job, but there's so much more in the wide world of your community, and you should be there for it. So I left some time too, if there's questions, and I'm gonna mute myself. Thank you.
So I saw lots of chat going by, but I don't see actually any questions in the question queue. Michelle, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to find my video.
Oh, okay, cool.
Can you see me or not?
I do see you now, yes.
I don't see
so you don't see you?
No, I see Laverne's big, Laverne's screen, last screenshot.
Let me stop sharing.
Yep.
All right. Stop sharing. All right.
Okay.
There we go.
There we
There
go.
we
So I, like Bob said, I don't see any questions in Q&A. There's lots going on in the chat box, but for all of you, what wonderful programs and so really innovative ideas, you know, that you've had, and you do so many of them too. So that was a really just inspiring, I think, webinar for us on creative community partnerships. And I really do thank you for coming together today to present to us. And I hope to have you back again. So that's what happens when you do a good job. You get asked again. So thanks, everybody.
There was actually one question that came up there while you were talking.
You almost got away.
Sorry.
Okay, any advice about preventing burnout? There's so much to juggle. Did you guys hear that?
It's hard.
Yeah.
I'll let, but I will I will say, I keep being reminded, there's a lot of people in the library world that are saying quite a bit about what we can't do and what we shouldn't take on. And I think you really have to think about the challenges and your mission. But a lot of naysayers will say we shouldn't do social services, we shouldn't do emergency preparedness, we shouldn't do, and I don't believe that. I think that I am not physically giving you the vaccine, but I think that if you don't keep your library relevant, you're going to be left behind. So, I feel very strongly that we're always, expanding our footprint and not reducing it, and not making people only believe we are just physical collections.
What she said. Basically what she said. How do you prevent burnout? I get burnout. I do. But then when I have a really wonderful experience with a random person out there who is just so delighted with what we do or what's happening, or I just, we wow them in some way. And I know that I've changed their perspective even a little bit. That gives me a burst of energy that will take me through the rest of the day or week or whatever it is. So I don't know. I burnout is a thing and it will happen. Take a day off once in a while. Pursue your passions. Find a way to involve your passions in the library. I'm learning woodworking right now, so I'm buying woodworking books and I'm trying to promote that. And I'm talking to one of our friends of the library who's a very, very handy person to get him to do a woodworking series in the library, so that I could attend it. But find ways to incorporate things that relax you into the library somehow, because odds are it'll help other people in town too.
I would say two things. First, if you get a little victory somewhere, just something small, if not a big thing, but it just makes you feel a little better. Also, I'm a big advocate of obviously staff and engagement. So having more staff involved, recruiting people you could talk to. One of the things, I used to do this director training years ago, David Lisa, and one of the things we said about being director is it's a lonely job sometimes. I mean, you talk to everybody, but you're really on your own. So getting somebody else, maybe it doesn't talk to your doesn't work at your library, but somebody else you could talk to, reach out to, and just kind of share your ideas, talk what you're going through. They could be like, I'm going through it too. I think that's key. And if you have somebody in your organization, even better, but I think that's important. Also trying to get people engaged, so there's more work spread out. Everybody kind of has that team feeling, can help too, but there will be days.
So we have a couple more questions that came in while you guys were all addressing that one. Sawa asks, have you ever said no to groups who wanted to partner with you because their values may not match the libraries? And also, do you have a policy about tabling?
Hi, Selwa. Talking about amazing leader right there. She's one. So I know right off the top of my head, I can think of a couple organizations that have contacted us. Primarily, it's sales. They really just want to be there to sell to your community. I try to do a vetting of people online. I can remember there was a health organization that was basically charging community members for body scans or something. So I try, even with flyers that I'm unsure about, to always vet the organization. What is this? Is this real? And sometimes I'm surprised it is, and sometimes it isn't. But yes, absolutely. You do not want to elevate something that goes against your mission and you don't feel good about.
Great. Well, there are no more open questions, and I want to thank you all again for joining us today. And to everybody that's still with us out there, just to remind you that next week, it's February 23rd, we're going to have part 2 with another great slate of presentations, and we're starting at 9 in the morning, and hope to see you all there. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for hanging in today. It was a long day with a lot of information. So thanks again. See you next week.